Hey everybody, happy Monday. Hey Kevin, Sinistella, Stockton. We got a similar color scheme going on here, pinks and purples. I was originally planning on doing music today, but I thought about it and there are a couple things. One, I'm at the point in this track where I need to like tinker around with the same passage for a long time. I think that'll be frustrating. And two, I need to set up this room. So before I had anyway, I had like the piano was the main focus of the stream and the camera was pointed at me. I would need it off to the side probably. And I just didn't feel like setting it up. Hey, 3D Extended, thank you very much for the resub. Happy 4 years. It is a momentous event. So I'd still like to do some of the music stuff sometime, but I'm not sure exactly when. And then that led me to a question of, okay, well, I've got two other things that I kind of want to do. And the three things, I mean, I said music and two other things. The other things were the game design and feedback stuff. And then there was Animal Royale, making it my lunch break game. I settled on this. I don't want to do coding for Skelle this week. So that was the main goal, is stop myself from coding for a week on Skelle at least. This would involve some coding, but it'd probably be pretty fun. Thank you, Magnetic Mind, and hey. Let me keep chat off to the side while I'm talking about this stuff. So, yeah, today we're going to look through the feedback, which the other thing I said I wasn't going to do and ended up doing is no work on the weekend. But I did a bunch of non-work stuff and I was feeling pretty good. So I made this document. We got 21 responses. Overall feedback was pretty good. And I recorded all the raw feedback here. I redacted all the messages and everything, or the names. These I didn't redact. Atomic Man 1000 Oakleus, because they posted on the public Discord. So I felt like, I mean, if they're posting on the public Discord, I'm going to use their public Discord name here. So that I didn't react. But then I compiled everything. And we're going to take a look through some of this stuff today. We're going to prioritize it. We're going to do some game design. It's going to be a pretty good day, I think. I think we're going to make a lot of progress. So I'm excited about doing that. I had two friends over who never played it and said they would. But then we were busy doing group games over the weekends. Not sure when they will, if they do. Oh, that's totally fine. And Sinistella, the other thing too is at pretty much any release, it's helpful to have new eyes on it. You know, you hit a point with feedback where if you got like 5,000 people playing, you would hear the same sorts of things probably after like you hit 100 people. And the remaining 4,900, it's just going to probably help you prioritize. But you don't need another 5,000 people to play the game. So we got 21 responses on that form. I'd say that's pretty good. I think there's some trends emerging. I think it's starting to be clearer. Yeah, no coding, only because I wanted to make sure I am doing things that aren't just what's the biggest coding task. And I only want to do that for 1 week. I think, excuse me, next week, I think if we haven't finished game design, then we need to do that. And then we're probably going to get back to coding. Add all my comments over the feedback before I realize there was a summary. Oh man, I am sorry. I have not read your comments yet, but I did plan on reading them. So I'll probably do that on today's stream as well. So anyway, today, Adam was originally planning on making music today, but he changed his mind and will instead be processing feedback and prioritizing. The focus will largely be on tackling some of the big game design problems that the game faces. The 0.4 launched on Friday. You can play it here. Oh. Just skim the document before commenting. I had a, I'm not sure if you saw this. I had a read this team section here, and I did change it slightly. I suggest just looking at the summary at the very bottom. But it said something similar beforehand and possibly, anyway, it doesn't matter. I guess you've already done it. Yeah. I feel a little bit bad. Next up, we're going to do the tenant stuff, and then we're going to do the whole feedback and game design. And like I said, there's a lot of work there. And I think it's going to be fun and interesting. And I'm looking forward to tackling some of the problems that I foresaw a while ago, and it only just now kind of settled with me that yes, these are problems. Yes, we need to fix these. So I wanna think about that stuff. All right, tenant review. Sustainability. I really pushed myself in the last couple of weeks, so I want to take it easier this week. I also spent almost the entirety of the weekend relaxing, which was nice. I don't feel burned out, even though I don't plan on coding this week. I also feel like we're getting closer and closer to launch, despite being months away, probably. Bricklaying, this was all super successful. Breaks, still not going the best. I like that I'm at least taking one break per stream, but I should at least up it to 2. And successes, launched v0.4. Everything went smoothly from a team perspective. We were prioritizing the right stuff, and what's the word? I don't know. I'll just say merging PRs. Wanted a word that meant like efficiently churning through. Yeah, churning through PRs. What else? Oh yeah, feedback was largely pretty good. Yeah. I've said this before, but I think if you just say feedback is good, it can mean 2 different things. Either that the feedback was positive, which is a good thing because it means that you're heading in the right direction, or that the feedback is clear and will lead to important tasks. In our case, it was both of these. Yeah. Didn't even see that section at the top, just saw the graphs and scrolled down. I see. Okay. Well, how about this? I don't know if anyone else is going to read this, but maybe I make this even bolder or something. I'm not going to do that. Hey, Alex. Hey, Alton. 2 jump royales? Well, the animal royale thing wouldn't be about jumping. But yes, there would be 2 battle royale games. But we're not going to do that just yet. Okay, so tenets, as far as I'm concerned, are finished. We're going to get into the feedback. I have some kind of major goals around this, and it's going to be a lot of document management today. But I'm going to try to make this followable. So let's write what the goals are for today. Make sure each actionable piece of feedback is tracked on GitHub. Figure out what checkpoint 5 will have in it. And figure out if yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Okay. Yeah, let's add a checkpoint 5. All right, what's the goal for this? Primary goal. I had started to write some stuff here. Like the things I should prioritize, these clear priorities based on feedback, autosave, fix the sprite bleed problem, put dialogues in screen space, exceptions and crashes, change the font, music. In my mind, this fits into almost like paper cuts or quality or user experience. And I do think that should be a focus. I think we're getting to the point where it's not like, well, hey, can you sort of imagine what the game is going to be like? Now there's less imagination and more like, okay, how would you improve the game and how do you just enjoy what's already there? So I think it's going to be user experience and game design changes. I think those are going to be our big things. Primary goals, improve the user experience, and make some big game design changes. Well, not make some, test some, I guess. So it's going to be all of this stuff. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm going to put this as like user experience stuff. It's all of this. and then game design changes. We haven't figured them out yet, but we need to figure them out. Yeah, I wrote tennis music. I don't know about that. Tomorrow I do want to record a vlog. Figure out what checkpoint 5 will have. And then I guess it's sort of implicitly figure out what's going to take us from checkpoint 5 to the launch. And I think it's going to be that we could shift into beta after that. This can't be February though. That's the problem with all this. I'm gonna say like March question mark and then I don't know, May question mark. Hey unknown. Why is it not capitalizing the M there? So what is our rough target date for this? Even though we haven't figured out what's even going in this. I just want to figure out where could this even go. Oh, this apparently has some, I didn't even realize some potentially private notifications could show there. How do we show this? There, cool. You can just open the calendar apparently. So around November 25th. So if we were to just target a month from now, it's going to be about the 23rd. Well, we always do it on Friday. I guess it'd be like the 27th. We're not going to do that. I don't think that's possible. So I think we should aim for mid-January, maybe like the 17th. Yeah. I'll put a question mark. This isn't meant to be some scientific thing. I don't even know what the tasks are, but I feel like more than 2 months will hopefully not be needed. I don't know. We got to be productivity machines. All right, now we take a look at the feedback. I summarize everything, but I want to read Kevin's comments. Somewhat recurring that people expect the portal open start battle. I wonder if we should look into that. Seems like a meaningful change. I have an idea in mind. We'll try to make a prototype during the week. Yeah, I had an idea as well. And I'm gonna try to sum some of this stuff up so that what I'm saying is followable. So let me keep the game open here and I can show some of this. It's great. First time I bought everything that could be bought and defeated all the dungeons. Nice unknown. Did you leave feedback through the forum? And hey, apocalypticism. I do not still work at Google. The commands are somewhat slow to eke out here, but yeah, sorry. It's just that it takes a little bit of time. But yeah, the full command doesn't fit, so you're gonna have to click that first thing. And there's either a document or a video you could watch. I do suggest watching that video if you're curious about this. Gathered notes. I'm going to submit the feedback now. Okay, cool. Yeah. And I'm going to read through the feedback. I hope it doesn't bias you at all, but yeah, hopefully, I mean, you can just look at your notes. Could you give us a high level overview of the feedback you got before diving in? Yeah, sure. So I took everything and I categorized it into different sections. So high level feedback, lots of confusion, some difficulty, some general gameplay things people commented on, some frustrations, typically things like crashes or things not working how people expect, a lot of UI problems, some bugs, and then improvements and suggestions that people made. So a lot of these things are like clear wins, like this one, having a separate UI scale from the game scale. I think this is important. I think we should file a task. I don't think it's going to get done before the next checkpoint because it's just not that important. And then some of them are a lot bigger. One of the big things that people talked about quite a lot is that at any given time, you want to know what are the actions you can work toward, and it's just not clear. So for example, here we have the guild, we have a potion shop, but in order to see what other things can we make, we'd have to scroll down to here maybe, over to here, up to here. So it'd be nice if you had like a buildings tab or something, and you could just kind of activate everything through a menu. Similarly, when you have enough money to train an adventurer, maybe there should be like a little exclamation mark here or an icon or something, or a tooltip. So lots of little clarity things we need to do. And then some of the bigger stuff, it didn't even necessarily come from feedback. But for example, we have this Skelle tree, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later. But there are two things that make this different from the town hall. The town hall also had things you could put points into, but they just cost money. And once you bought it, you couldn't remove points from it because you purchased the thing. I think that's how the Skelle tree is going to work. This Skelle points came from doing quests, and you could also remove points from this. And just neither thing is that important. Who cares if these come from quests? And quests are confusing right now. And do you really want to end up subtracting 4 points from this so you can put them over to here and then swap out to a different build or something? I don't think that's going to be important. But yeah, we'll talk about this stuff as we go through it. I'm going to finish reading the comments. Oh yeah, so a lot of people expected that clicking the portal would start a battle, but this is just how you unlock new locations. So yeah, I think what we could do is we could have it when you click this, it opens up this menu, and this menu has a way of augmenting the portal. Am I happy with the feedback received? Are you convinced that following Skelle for the next months is the correct thing to do? And thanks for the intro. I'm happy with the feedback for sure. I think the way I look at this is I think people are having fun and sort of want to be able to enjoy the game, and the game is stopping them somehow. And I think that's all addressable ways. So if people were like, you know, even looking past these paper cuts, I'm not feeling it. I think I would be like, yeah, maybe it's worth just moving on. But no, I think it's promising enough. And I think that once I've prioritized everything here, I'm kind of hoping that we've oiled the development machine well enough that it's not going to take us forever to get through some of this stuff. But that's based on a couple of different factors too. Like, for example, Kevin had mentioned that he's got some free time sort of toward the end of this year, but I don't know what his plans are for next year. And I don't want to have this, cause everyone to work on this forever. Sounds great and motivating. Yeah, I'm happy about it. And this is part of the reason we're doing the game design stuff today and not music, is just I'm excited to work on this. Also, I'm hoping we get to this at some point. I'm not sure if streaming it is the best, but if that's what it takes for my motivation, that's probably what we're going to do. Anyway, so start battle UI. Yeah, I think putting it in the portal, I'd like to see this prototype. I think that'll be interesting. I understand this is referring to seeing their final health. Not exactly sure what they're expecting here. Is the U1 not enough? Maybe they didn't have battle stats. So what this is referring to is, did I close the game? I closed the game, didn't I? What this is referring to is at the end of a battle, we just end the screen immediately as soon as the battle's over. So for example, here, I'm going to take a picture. Probably should sped this up a little bit. But as soon as the bat hits 0 HP, right there, you can see the bat's not even done with its dying animation, and the rogue is already gone. So we should just have it wait like a second for animations to finish and then end the battle. And I don't think that's going to be hard to do. And I do think that'll improve clarity and just sort of like, what's the word? Satisfaction. Yeah. Understood. Makes sense. Okay. Nice feedback on the tip system. Yeah. And I think this is part of the whole make everything. I know Kevin was leaving these comments while reading through this, but I think this is part of the whole, you should know what your actions are at any given time. Maybe they didn't see the slime. Did this person comment on the slime? No, maybe they didn't. Yeah, another thing where we need to just make it clear what your actions are. Guess we need a tip to the tip system about the tip system. That's not the same kind of tip, by the way. I was also confused by reading this feedback, but this tip system is the customer tips. So why are they getting extra money sometimes? And then they said, oh, I now see the visual over customers. Because yeah, at first I was like, wait, what? You're confused about getting tips saying, here's how to play the game? But that's not what they're talking about. A tooltip when hovering over the 0/4 board. Yeah, I want to change quests. We got to chunk through that. Understood. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Need to examine the following. Quests, enchanter. Oh man, I wrote all this down. Hang on a second. Let me find the note I wrote. Oh yeah, Skelle tree and Town Hall versus Town Hall. Experience, possibly. God, I can't believe I'm saying that. Max adventurers at a location. And shops not being specific to an item. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I want to analyze today. And it's probably going to take a long time. Oh, by the way, as far as stats go, we got 70 downloads on launch day, then 10, then 5. And as of today, it's been 1. This is the typical curve that I see for any sort of launch where there's no marketing behind it. And by the way, this was enough for us to get whatever, 21, 22 responses of feedback. So, I mean, it worked. Like I said, I think if we had fewer than 10 responses, I think it would have been a problem. And even in here, as we scroll down, you'll see, but like response number one, a lot of text. Response number two, a lot of text. Toward the end, for whatever reason, response number 17, they didn't write anything. Response 20 and 21, they didn't write anything. So like, this isn't bad. They still filled out the short form answers, but yeah. Okay, this could also be an alternative to the tables we have in Town Perks. Not sure which is more clear. Should be more concise. You know, I guess that is something I hadn't thought of, which is if it's clearer for people in the Town Perks system, then maybe we could just style everything that way. Because I had to change this a couple of times. Yeah, maybe that would be faster. I did submit the feedback a few minutes ago. I'll be coming in and out of stream though, so I might not be around. Gotcha. Yeah, I should look through that at some point too. Look through other responses on the form beyond number 21. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to write that down. Where's our conclusion section here? Here it is. Yeah. Perhaps we should make everything look like how the town hall does. The reason I initially didn't want to do this is because we had some skills that could take 5 points, and I thought it would be unwieldy. But now most skills take 1 to 3 points. And even if it takes 5, I think it's fine. I think a table doesn't work for skills once you've got something maybe more than 5, because then it's going to take up a lot of the screen. Like this is kind of the limit, I would say. And I don't know what we do if we decide we want like 10 levels of this. Yeah. All right, let me keep looking through the comments. Yeah. All right, yeah, this I also wasn't sure what they meant. I can reach out to this person though eventually. Seems like people did not expect the lead style level. Yeah. This was another problem that we had, which is in the location thing, it says the rank, and the canyon starts at rank 2, and then I just had it level up by 1 each time. The problem is the boss doesn't feel like it's 1 level harder. So I think bosses need to maybe look like they're leveling up by 2 maybe, or something like that. I'm actually not sure. Or maybe we just start putting stars afterward or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's not clear. And I think we have this written down. Let me open up another tab of this. Where was that? It was under difficulty somewhere. Here it is. Elites are too difficult in repeated battles. Possibly just confusion. The recommended level doesn't match. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, seems good. What was this laughing about? Having a bunch of villagers do their thing. Yep. +1 about adding an autosave. Yep. Don't like the direction this is going. Yeah, this... Here's... Okay. I'm not like mad about this or anything. Like I said, I'm totally happy with negative feedback. I just want the negative feedback to have a little bit more of the reason why, because all feedback should sort of require the reason. If it's just like, oh, I thought this game was fun, it's like, that's not super valuable. It's more like, oh, I thought it was fun. I really enjoyed the battle system and how I had to manage towns with that. Cool, great. Now I have an understanding of why. This was like, hey, it's confusing and complex with bad UI. Like, what was bad? You know, there's presumably something here that made you confused or frustrated. Like, was it, hey, I wanted to manage adventurers and it wasn't where I expected it to be? Is it, I found out where it was, but then it didn't work how I wanted it to? I couldn't figure out how to, I don't know what. Like, it would just be so much better. And the person said I lose more interest at every new release, which means they watch the stream. They must have heard me say this stuff about like, just add the reason. So yeah, I'd love to know more about what caused this, because right now it's not really actionable. It's like, what do I do based on this? Imagine if every 100 responses said this stuff. I'd have to be like, okay, I guess we need to focus on UI. I'm not really sure where to start. Was my response when battling, see the current cooldown of abilities so I can watch when an ability is cast, not just auto attack, so I know when to look. More of a how to make watching battles more interesting. Not really core to the game. Could still be fun. Okay, got you. I will write that down. Thank you. Add a way to be able to see adventurer cooldowns in battle to make it clearer what's going on. We could potentially... Grill, would you be okay with... Let's say you had to just hover over the adventurer to see that? Because you might have a lot of adventures in battle. So imagine if I hover over this and it pops up a tooltip, and the tooltip just looks kind of like this. You've got your 2 active skills there, and you just see them like fading down and then go back up, fade down, go back up, fade down. Be super valuable to get all the feedback from this person. Yeah. And if UI equals bad, UI plus equal good. Yeah, and like I said, if we got 100 pieces of feedback that were along those same lines, we'd be like, well, we have some work to do. And we'd probably target user research sessions. It's just, if you know what bothered you, you could help us narrow that down. That's what I was thinking. Okay, yeah. Okay, the person who said this would be okay with hovering over the adventurer to see this information. And then just show like WoW-like cooldowns. I mean, practically every game does cooldowns like this, so it's not a WoW-like thing. This is just a note to myself. Got lots of birthday stuff with Kiddo, and I'm dropping in to say hi. Yeah, thank you for the feedback, Matt. I appreciate it. I've consolidated everything. We're going through it right now. We're going to prioritize a bunch of things. And then you know what I should probably do? I should probably write up a little document saying, hey, for those who played Checkpoint 4, how do these conclusions sound to you? Consider writing up a public document that is a proposal of Checkpoint 5. Maybe let people comment on the document directly. They should request access first with their Twitch name. That's not going to work. Via Discord, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, we figure out how that's going to go. That may give us more confidence about how people feel ahead of time. Yeah. Okay, what's next? Okay, I think we should add the town hall to the menu in place of the Skelle tree when that goes away. Maybe also start battle even and have a single place for overlay and panel UIs. Yes. It's funny because in like checkpoint 1 or 2, we had everything in here, and I was like, oh, we should put this into the world a little bit more, and people did not like that change, I think. So we're gonna probably put it back into here. And I think this is fine. Maybe we have like a minimize button or something. Oh, maybe a minimize might, oh, whatever, we'll figure it out. But yeah, add town hall to the menu. So where should I write that down? My own personal thing was to merge the town hall. And if we do that, I guess I'll write this in here. Yeah, mitigations, move this to this, get rid of this, and then put the town hall into the town menu. Like how adventure skills are there. Dropped a little extra this morning. Really didn't struggle with it. Oh, yeah. I saw that too. Yeah, thank you. Do both. I really like having the world more lively. Town hall is cool. Yeah, I think letting you click it in world is fine, but I don't know if it can be the only way. Wasn't able to play Checkpoint 4, totally forgot. About how long does it take to get through? I think people are mostly recording that like beating the 2 bosses that I added takes them somewhere between probably like 60 to 70 minutes. And then doing everything after that takes another like 60 to 70 minutes. And this is sort of like the optional content. There's kind of an issue with this though. Like eventually it won't be do the content we planned and do the content we didn't plan. It's all going to be content we planned. So it feels almost like 2 different games. I don't think it's bad to have them duplicated. Yeah, I agree. Hey, Pretzel, how was the launch? It was good. It was definitely good. Yeah, we got a lot of feedback. We have a lot of things we can work on. Closer to 2 hours. I think I'm not very good at this game. Yeah, I am also just basing this on a couple of comments I remember. So yeah, possibly it takes, somewhere between 2 and 3 hours in total. But there's no worries, Monadic Bind. And like I said, we got a lot of feedback. So it's possible that if you only wanted to play like every other checkpoint, let's say, then this could be a checkpoint worth skipping. Because the next one's going to focus a lot on user experience. And I think it'll be easier to play and easier to understand. I also kind of wonder if having a proper tutorial and not just tips and stuff, I wonder if that'd be good. All right, where did we leave off here? This is odd. Even in an old or low-end system, I wouldn't expect the game to perform this bad. Yeah, I think there might be an issue here. And I'm not sure what would be causing that, but I think we need to have some sort of logs or something for it. I just consider that to be crashes. Game somehow less fun than before. Yeah, not a bad option. Unlock and show the dialogue with the beat. You can now go to the next place. Yeah, yeah. Do I have that written down? Killing a boss doesn't tell you that it unlocks the next area. Perhaps it shouldn't even unlock the next area so that you don't get out of the habit of augmenting the portal. Yeah. What was this? Yeah. I think reserving desired items might be a good idea. Yeah, I think there are a couple things here that I'd thought about. If a customer wants a particular item, I think you should be able to drag it onto that customer. And if you can't do that, or maybe in addition to doing that, I think the customer should probably wait where they will buy that item. So for example, we don't have any customer desires here, possibly because we don't have any customers really. Let's add a bunch of customers. And then let's speed this up until we get one that, yep, okay, cool. So this one wants a blue potion. Potions are sold here. This customer is walking away from there. So what if they just walked over here and stood around? It wouldn't guarantee that they're the first person to get the item, but it would drastically improve the odds. So something like that could help. But then again, we got a piece of feedback that I don't know if it explicitly said this or if I came to this conclusion. No. The feedback said the shops don't really feel different. I'm just selling a different kind of thing. And that's true. That was the whole point of the shops. But if someone's giving feedback on that, I wonder if we should just totally change how shops work. And this is just me thinking out loud here. What if shops stocked anything you owned, but one particular kind of item got like plus 50% value when sold? So now your potion shop is not really a potion shop. It's a shop that sells everything, but potions are just worth more money. Or customers are willing to pay more money, I guess. Something like that. A bunch of customers crowding around the potion shop waiting for the blue potion. Yeah, yeah, you could. Which might actually be a good thing. Well, I guess we need to make sure they don't all stop at the same point. So this is a wild idea compared to how we've done every single checkpoint in the past. And I want to explore this. And that's the kind of thing we're going to do today, is actually play this out. Like, what would that mean? And are you positioning your shops? Is it that matters now? Like, why are you not just maximizing one shop? Do we have to change the worker and customer logic? Yeah, so we'll get to that eventually. All right, what was this? Yeah. Kind of said they didn't realize you can do this. Yeah. We got to make it clear, I think. And I wrote that down in the feedback below. What's this plus? Indicator. Yep. Go shop. Yep, that's what I assumed. And it's hard to know for sure, but I think this is going to be solved. No build version. It's going to be added to the title screen credits. Yep. Can we paste the text here so it's all together? Yeah, we can. Let me do that. Feedback. This is quite a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste from Markdown and then just make it all tinier. Now, unfortunately, the pictures won't work, but I'm not going to bother including those. Yeah, I don't think it matters. And then let's make this smaller. and then get rid of the headers from here. No, wait, how does that? I didn't do this, did it? Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. Cool. Where's the thumbs up? Cool, cool, cool. First impression of stocking anything terrifies me as an optimization-minded player. Now I gotta make sure everything is in the right shop. Yeah, I want to think about this stuff. The way I was picturing it is that your workers would still know what shop is what. And I guess it'd be on you as a player to go to locations that will stock the shops you need to fill. Another thing I think we need to examine is, what if battles didn't always drop an item? If you're getting experience, perhaps it shouldn't matter much if you don't get loot. So just let us rebalance some stuff. All right, we still got to finish going through this. Same about pasting the text. Yep, yep, yep. Let's do that. That's here. A bunch of blank spaces at the end. Okay, and I'm going to shrink this a bit. Workers still knew what shop to use, then wouldn't the shops be separated by items anyway? Hang on one sec. Not necessarily, because let's say you have 3 shops and they can all hold 10 items, and then you get 100 potions. So like your potion shop has fewer slots than you do potions on the ground. So now the potions would end up going into like the armor shop or something. Maybe what I should write this down as is, or just some other way of differentiating shops. All right, have I gone through all the feedback? I have. Okay, so now we're on the compilation. Now I think I should start filing some issues. More overflow to other shops. Yeah, I want to think about that. Actually, maybe filing the issues is kind of a bad idea just yet, because, yeah, I think it's a bad idea. I think we need to do the game design stuff first. Here is the compiled feedback. Yeah, let's start examining some of this stuff. So I had some conclusions here. Regular battles are too hard. We make them a little bit easier. But actually, there are lots of other things we can do here. So I'm going to go make a new document. Let's go find out where my Skelle seller folder is. There it is. And Control-C-T. And now we call this something like game design revamp after checkpoint number 4. Okay, overview, overdue. We got a lot of feedback from checkpoint 4. Okay, got a lot of feedback from checkpoint number 4. I think there are some game design, I'll just put problems in quotes, that I want to look at. So problems at a high level. I don't want to talk about solutions here. I want to talk about what I think the problems are. All right, quests. Quests are confusing. Quests grant rewards that aren't clear. Not really. I think that's the confusing part. Quests grant a Skelle point, and I'm thinking of doing away with the Skelle tree. Yeah. Okay, next, Enchanter. Enchanter problems are here. Okay, so every single item can be disenchanted, and we wouldn't be coming up with a unique effect for all of them. It's more of a burden on players to remember where to get enchants. Enchants are short-lived, which people didn't seem to like. And if each effect is valuable, then it means that players don't really have to be all that picky. Just throw in any of the ones you found, yeah. In fact, actually, I wonder if this points to enchant should go up in power somehow. I gotta think about that. All right, well, what other problems? Skelle tree versus town hall. I think we already have a solution for this. But Skelle tree, I just don't think there's a point in having this. The skills are things that you'd only want to unlock once. And it's also not clear how to get more Skelle points. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. Experience points. Experience points. Almost everyone comments on this, meaning it's a player expectation for a game like this. And what else? Oh yeah, there's no way to influence your power level now beyond clicking train once per boss fight. Once per boss post fight, something like that. All right, max adventures at a location. Player choice. Lots of choices are muddied by the automation systems. Player choice and freedom, I guess. So for example, skills don't feel all that, or skill points don't feel all that impactful. And progression funnels you into particular choices that may seem obvious. I guess even shops don't feel all that unique. I think that's kind of a different problem though. Yeah, shops don't feel unique, or buildings don't feel unique. There aren't that many unique functions in the game. There's storage, there's selling, there's enchanting, there's the slime, which I guess is scrapping, and there's the town hall. And then what was the last one? Oh yeah, locations are limited by the number of adventurers you can send. Okay, so I think those are all of the problems. Let me just look through the feedback and make sure there's nothing I'm missing here. That's fine. The confusion things I don't think are gonna lead to game design changes. I think they're gonna lead to just some code fixes. Let's be able to change locations. Yeah, unclear what quest rewards are. Wasn't clear that Skelle points were being given out. Clearly stated next goal. Music playback. More hand holding. No influence over battles. Okay, that's probably worth putting here. And you have no manual input, I guess, during a battle. Missed a tip. Hard to get feedback on these things. Yeah, I guess that's true too. Skills don't feel all that impactful, and it's hard to tell whether a party or skill change made a difference due to lack of feedback. Here the town hall is 4, thought bubble system. Here the enchanter pod, vault. Okay, so all of that I think is fine. It's like bug fix level stuff. First boss is too hard, again, just kind of a bug fix level change. Trouble beating dungeon, bug fix level change. Makes it too difficult to repeat battles, yeah, fine. Balance feels unfinished, that's fine for now. Where you should vibe feels obvious at any given stage. Yeah, this is part of the progression stuff. Choices don't feel impactful. So yeah, response number 13 said like regular battles just feel too easy. It, man, it almost makes you wonder. It's like if you get this feedback, hey, regular battles feel too easy, you can sort of accidentally win them. One way of addressing this is why even have regular battles? Like, what is the point? And there are some points. It's like, okay, well, there's a visual over what's happening, but why don't we make them like dead simple and the enemies are just bullet sponges? Can I show what I built so far? Yeah. It's in the today command via this if you want to play it. There's a link there. But the game itself, I can show you really quickly at least. It's a game where you hire adventurers to do battle. It's automated battles. You run a town. The town is sort of automated as well. You get items. Your characters go and stock your shops with those items, and they sell the items. Did you also get feedback that regular battles feel too hard? A little bit of that. Yeah, a little bit of that. Some part of it is confusion, but some part of it is like, yeah, we probably need to rebalance some things at the beginning. And I think making the battles easier is going to be something we're going to have to change. We're going to have to revisit balance. Mentioned adventure choice felt on rails. You can only pick between two adventurers at any given time. This was kind of we did this for balance reasons. It's just very hard to balance otherwise. You have very little influence over battles, just adding more skills. Skill points don't feel all that impactful, and there aren't very many skills or skill points. Oh, by the way, some people commented on specific character classes and synergies. I don't think I even wrote that down. Why didn't I write it down? Yeah, this. Did I even read this? Oh God, did I stop looking at feedback at some point and then just didn't compile the rest of this? Hang on a second, let me read this again. I definitely read that stuff. Put a lot of bugs, beaten the whole game, unlocked everything there is. Enjoyed watching battles, super cool visually. Okay, I definitely read that stuff. This I just didn't write down. Cleric has a skill to 50% heal herself, but also a skill to not be targeted. Yeah. I agree that that is a problem, and I even commented on that when I made it, and then just didn't do anything about it. Yeah, okay, so I did not write that down. That does need to be there somewhere. I don't know where we write that. Maybe just gameplay. The cleric has anti-synergy between the cannot be targeted and heals herself skills. Yeah. Adding new skills is pretty easy from a coding perspective, but from an art, sound effect, and icon perspective, it's not as easy. And it's not like it's hard. It's just, I don't want there to be like 40 skills on every character. Also, each skill you add does increase the cognitive load on players. What else was I looking through? Oh yeah, I was looking through these. I don't remember where we left off here. Well, balance, choices don't feel impactful. Ah, yeah, there we go. Feels arbitrary to put adventurers in different battles. Yeah, no regular battles don't have or all have the same enemy in terms of abilities and resistances, which don't exist. This makes it feel like there's no major reason to fight in different locations. Or to not to fight in different locations, to choose particular party members for regular battles. Yeah, the garbage slime. I don't think we need to revamp this. I really like the hunger system I designed. It's not like it's a crazy hunger system or anything. Basically, the garbage slime right now, no matter what, offers 10% of the value of an item. And the proposed change is there's a hunger meter. When full, the slime offers, say, 150% of the value of an item. When eating an item, the meter decreases and the meter increases over time. So your typical, like, you get hungry and the slime in this case, the hungrier it gets, the more it's willing to pay for an item, which lore-wise doesn't make sense, but ignore that. um, and then yeah. So this is then a system of like, oh, now the slime is actually the best way of making money, but you can only use it so often. So I really like that idea. And because of that, I don't think there's too much to design here. I think it's like, well, we just make that change. In fact, didn't I write this down in the ideas thing? I think we need to, yeah, I wrote it down. Yeah. All right, most buildings feel the same. Cleric has anti-synergy. Items despawning. This I thought was kind of interesting. Man, the items despawning in the game. So you spawn a bunch of these and your workers will come pick some of them up and eventually they'll start flashing and they'll disappear. And to me, it was like, oh, okay, this is an indication that your town is going to need to get better. But for players, it was, why give me items if you know that I can't sell them right now? Like, it's frustrating to see them get lost. And yeah, I can understand that. That's true. So I think the change to the garbage slime could help. I think also decreasing the number of items you get could potentially help. And I should probably write this here. This would let us work in the early game a little bit longer because one item slot would be more meaningful. Loss aversion is a strong feel bad, yeah. And it's weird to me because in this game, everything is sort of infinite, right? You don't run out of potions, you don't run out of battles, your adventurers don't die for good. It's just, oh, well, now it's going to take an extra 10 seconds or something. But yeah, it feels bad, and I get that. And I know that anytime with game design, you can phrase a negative as a positive, that you should do that, and it'll probably just feel better for players. So instead of items disappearing, what if you manage to keep them around, they got combined into other items and were worth more money or something? And it's like, yeah. Actually, that is kind of an interesting thing. What if items didn't disappear on the ground? I guess then we'd have to stop you from earning new items at some point. That's actually kind of an interesting thought. Let me write that down. What if items didn't disappear until you hit the limit? Then the cheapest ones disappeared. I don't know, just a thought. I don't really like it, but let's keep going through this. Want to be able to see what loot you get from each area before starting a battle. Yep, that was something we need to do. Can't easily place an item back. Yep. Actually, I think multiple people said this, so I'm surprised I only have it written once. Well, I only have a 1 written next to it. Customer desire system in general. There were some complaints. Buying throughput's too low at the beginning of the game. Magic adventurers already being in battle. What? I don't know what that is. Crashes. Workers don't prioritize high-priced items. Leveling feels too all or nothing. The regression if elites get even harder after you beat them. I want to write the thing about leveling. This is similar to leveling feels too all or nothing. All right, I don't think it's worth looking at the UI section, so let's look at these. Make adventurers despawn from battle slightly later. Wants to see cooldowns, consider making them wait to regenerate life. Yeah. Put tanks in the front. Allow any number of adventurers in battle. Allow for enabling auto battle. I don't think we should look at the UI ones either right now. Provide skills. Should be unlockable with gold. Yeah, we were already kind of planning on doing that. Make money. I think I wrote the cooldown thing twice. Oh well. Town customizations. Wants there to be events in town. New game. Don't make your workers move to other things. Customers disappear. Here's the time. Okay, yeah. Yeah, cool. So I think we've got all of our game design problems written here, and now we need to start looking at them. So the Skelle tree, I've got a plan for this at least. And it was what I wrote down over here. Yeah. I already talked about this here. The conclusions are get rid of the Skelle tree, put everything that was there into the town hall. That's it. Yeah. And I'm happy with that. I think it's worth trying. Again, for those who haven't ever seen this, this is the Skelle tree. It took points. And this is the town hall. It takes money. So instead of requiring points for anything, we just delete this entire tree. We put everything that was in here into this dialogue. So now they're going to be like 12 or 15 icons eventually in this. And you just pay money and you get them. And the reasons behind that are there was no real reason to take points out of something. Like I originally wanted this to be a sort of specialization, but this is just, hey, get more items. This is items are worth more. This is auto battling. It's like you don't want to take points out of this stuff. If you were making some trade-offs, it might make sense. And the only things that might make sense for trade-offs here are these, like get more workers. Maybe there's a time when you have more items and you can manage. So you give yourself more workers, then you take points out of this. But it's like, you wouldn't want a skill tree UI to be how you do that. You'd probably want there to be some button you press that says like worker energy boost and they all start moving faster for a short amount of time and you prioritize when you use that. That's a much better way of exposing that. And I think that's what the enchanter is going to end up turning into, but I'm still not sure. Oh, the temporary skill boost thing, Ocleus? Because that's how I think I want to change the enchanter, but I am still not positive. Active skills, yeah. Yeah, and I thought of 3 of them. Imagine if there was like a worker cloning or speed boost. So imagine these manual abilities. There was something like add 3 customers for 1 minute or something like that. And another one is like loot crate. Just like spawn 5 random items. Hey, Sangabad. I don't think I've seen you in forever. When was the last time you were here? Yeah, it was a year ago. Welcome back. Yeah, and I don't know what these will actually be. What I don't want is for the abilities to all be something that as soon as they're off cooldown, you click them and then you're like, there's no thought in this. And loot crate, the way that I said this right here is that's probably how it would work, is there's no thought. Maybe the way this works is like fill every empty item display in your shops. So once you've sold a bunch of stuff, actually, I'm gonna write that down because that's pretty interesting. The loot crate thing could be reframed so that it's fill every empty item display in your warehouse or something like that. Custom increase helps with I have too many items on the floor. Yeah, exactly. Just noticed I've been following the channel since 2018. More of a lurk viewer. Gotcha. So you've been around? Yeah. Well, hi again, Sangam. So yeah, Skelle tree I'm pretty happy with. Quests. Quests are confusing. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. I really like that quests are a deferred reward based on collecting items. This was the pro. We're deleting this Skelle tree, so getting a Skelle point will be meaningless. These are just some thoughts here. And adding one shop display could be done in other ways, e.g. the town hall. But my big question would be if quests, like, where would we put the item collection system if not for upgrading shops? And my immediate thought is the enchanter. But I don't know how this system's going to work. So I think we just kind of hold off on this for now until we figured out how the enchanter is going to work. Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking for this. Rough outline of an idea. Can you upgrade shops? Like if you complete a quest, will the shops get more display slots? Yeah, that's already what happens right now. So you accept a quest. If you do complete this quest, I'll give you 1 Skelle point and another item display in my shop. And then, okay, you complete the quest, but it's just fetch 3 potions, which I don't know. It's okay how this worked. But I was kind of really banking on Skelle points being important, and they're just not super important. So I think we put in the town hall instead somehow. Where like there's max customers, there's customer speed, and then there's like potion shop slots, and then armor shop slots, and then weapon shop slots. In fact, maybe this is how you're building things as well, and this is your UI for handling kind of everything. That could be interesting. I didn't even think about that. Could be interesting for your town hall to be how you build everything too. There could be a perk for potion shop. And then dependent perks like increase shop slots. I don't know. We gotta figure that out. But anyway, rough outline of an idea. What if it was you? Oh, I wrote this down somewhere, didn't I? I did write this down somewhere. Yeah, this. You unlock enchants by dumping a bunch of items into a quest bin. Unless those items come from the newest instance, and the battles will be trivially easy to obtain. Still use the machine that is your adventures in your town, which is interesting, but possibly not very fun. Enchants have to be manually used with a cooldown, but no cost. Or just equipped in some screen. Maybe drag enchant crystals to a particular node. Maybe they're equipped but cost some kind of enchant power. There's another active element. I don't think people like that idea. Yeah. I think they want this is what blew my mind from the feedback. I thought people were like, I want more active choices that I'm making in the game. And I thought, oh, you know what? The enchanter will be that. You got the enchanter here, and every minute or two, you need to put a new enchantment on, and you need to be managing this system. I don't think people, at least by the time you unlock this, it's been like an hour or an hour and a half of you not doing a whole lot of active stuff in your town. So I think you want active decisions, not active actions necessarily. Wanted to stack up the timer for the enchanter buff thing. Right now, it's you dump more items into it. It just resets the timer. Yeah. Yeah, I think this system. So here's what I think is broken about this. One is every single battle you win in the game, every single one will give you at least 1 item. And once you have 3 enchanter crystals, that means that every single battle you do can turn into at least 1 buff. So I could drag whatever weapon I get here and I get a buff. The balance of these things would be really hard to do because you can see I dragged an 18 gold item over there. Like, is that a better enchant than a 500 gold item? And if it's not, like, are people just going to go do the 18 gold location once and then be like, okay, there's a new one, there's a new one, there's an armor one that I put in here, and cool, I got 3 enchants and I had to put almost no thought into this, and I just had to micromanage a couple of things. I don't like that idea. I think the way I had kind of thought about this working originally was something like you put 10 potions in and it turns into a buff. But then you run into these UI woes of like, well, now you got to track how many potions. What happens if you put a green one and a blue one in? Like, what if you go to the very first instance, you get 10 blue potions? Like, there's just too much that I think is difficult or confusing about this. So I think the way we need to change this is something like you unlock enchant recipes. And I don't know what these are exactly, but imagine an enchant recipe is something like 25 blue potions. And when you get this, you unlock like heal adventurers for 50% of their max life during battle. and this is a thing with a cooldown like 10 minutes or something like that. And now it's like, okay, now you can influence battles while they're going on. And you just unlock this thing and you can choose to equip this. But maybe you eventually get the 25 red potion one, and this is just like, I don't know, grant adventurers plus 20% max life for each battle they enter for 5 minutes or something like that. And again, cooldown like 10 minutes. I don't know. Item combinations for different buffs, something like that. But again, the level of obfuscation I want here is that you're unlocking an ability essentially, and then you equip that ability or something. We'd have to make this clear. I don't want this to be some super complex system. So I don't want it to be every single time you want this buff, you need 25 blue potions. It's just now you have this, and now this could be the skill you have equipped. And now maybe mid-fight, you're like, oh, the boss battle's too hard. Equip this skill and just heal your adventurers when they're close to death. And like, that could be kind of cool, right? And that is a way of making the game easier for the people who want it. So I think it can be neat, but I think that's what the enchanter needs to be, is some like manual ability system. I think it just has to be that. What I'd really like for this is for the enchanter to be a manually used ability system. It could even affect battles. The original point was for it to be a more active system, but it turned out to be somewhat tedious to keep manually feeding items. It would be more interesting to manually choose which skill to use and when. Yeah, something like that. And I could think of a bunch of kind of interesting ways of doing this. Like imagine we have, let me find this. By the way, this is how this stream is going to go. I'm going to like half form a thought and then get sidetracked and then never return to that thought again. So somewhere, maybe this one? I don't remember if this is it. No, this is not it. Where's the graphic? This one? Oh my God, I can't find this. Where is this? It was called like Marketplace. Oh, there it is. I didn't see that folder. Okay, so we have the large enchanter crystal graphics here. And these tiny ones, it'd be kind of neat. Again, I'm just thinking out loud here. It'd be kind of neat if every time you dropped an item into like a scrap bin or something, it just pops out some number of these crystals based on the value. And then the crystals form your mana. So one crystal lets you use one ability or something like that. Or, I don't know, abilities have different crystal costs, I guess, if they're mana. And you could accumulate mana and then use a bunch of abilities at once or something. So I'm not sure, but that's another system that I think would be kind of interesting. Some ideas here. Maybe you scrap items and turn them into crystals. Then different abilities use different amounts of crystals in their cost. Like mana. Chance had to be manually used with a cooldown, no cost, or just equipped in the screen. Yeah, I think if you're just equipping them, I think it'd be boring. I think that just equipping passive effects would be boring. This should feel like a new system. If you don't use it, I like the dump items in and different things pop out mechanic. Yeah, and that's essentially what quests were, but I didn't like how quests worked. It was give me X items, I'll give you a Skelle point and a shop display. So I like that idea. And by the way, the reason I like this idea is it's a goal that is clear and it's a goal that cannot be completed instantaneously. Whereas another goal that is clear but can be completed instantaneously is like, oh, this costs 50 gold. Oh, I have 50 gold. I click the button. Instantaneously, I got the result. Whereas quests were a way of deferring that. Like, well, I need 50 of these fire swords. Okay, we'll go collect 50 of them. And then whenever that's done, and it might not even be hard to do, but it's just another thing that you're working towards. So I like that idea. I think that if we were to be like, okay, you're scrapping a bunch of items and turning them into mana crystals or something, I think it might feel micromanagey and it might feel like you've got to sort of toggle some floodgates here One would be the floodgate for your town selling stuff, and the other would be the floodgate for you manipulating items into mana crystals. What buffs do you have for enchanting? Maybe it's just the buffs are kind of boring. I'm imagining a way to improve my odds against the boss with a specific enchant and venture combo. Yeah, the buffs right now were definitely boring. But I still don't think that even if we made them interesting, that the system would be fun. I think it's just the system would be used. But I want the system to be fun. And I think it would be fun is having some like, these are just now ability buttons. You got your mana or whatever for these things, and then you like click and it lights up green, and now you have this ability on for a bit, and it's got a cooldown, and then you use it again sometime later. I don't know. There's a lot of code put into that. Probably gonna end up deleting. All right, scrap items, turn them into crystals. I guess the questions I have: how do you unlock enchants? How many enchants are there? What does it cost to use an ability? And does the enchanter theming make sense anymore? All right, I should take a quick break, and then I think we should come back and keep pursuing these sorts of questions, like the enchanter, how's that going to work? And then eventually things like experience points, player choice, shops. I think it's going to be fun to explore this stuff. But for now, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hey again, everybody. Close the game. Okay, so manually used abilities. Let's think of what some of the problems are here. Yeah, how do you unlock enchants? So let's tackle this. How could you unlock enchants? You pay for them. I think this is kind of boring. You do a quest for them, i.e. collect X items into a quest bin somewhere. Or some other way that we've never done before, I guess. I don't even know what that other way would be. Maybe like win battles under certain conditions. This sounds like a boss battle. Also doesn't sound that fun. Of this. Yeah, I know, single player version. I'm guessing not many people are watching. I don't think this is a very like easily watchable stream. It's more like background noise. Yeah, honestly, I don't think there are a lot of ways we have right now. It really is just these two, right? So we need to do something different. I like the quest idea. I just also worry it's like how many enchants are there and are all enchants viable? Maybe you unlock them just by beating bosses. I don't know if I like that idea though. Okay, well, what about this? What if there were only 3 active what if there were just a handful of active abilities and they cost mana or something and mana recharged over time? Yeah. This might be this might be a much easier system to think about at least. So what would those abilities be? And I think there could be like town throughput abilities. So like spawn X customers immediately, make customers move faster, spawn X extra workers, make workers move faster. Then some battle abilities, things like plus stats, plus healing, or maybe like heal during a battle. Power, fortitude, haste. Or yeah, I guess healing is kind of a stat. Is there any other thing? Maybe like summon a bunch of bats for your parties. Could have an overall enchantment level and you get experience by sacrificing items. Then spending your enchantment skill points into different enchantments. Yeah, yeah. I guess like can you upgrade your enchantments? I think what I'm leaning toward after writing this out is there is not some super large pool of enchantments. And I guess like spawn items. Yeah. I could see maybe like 5-ish enchantments, which I guess would just be themed as abilities. And at any point you could use whatever it is you want, I guess, but you would. Okay, actually, I have a slightly different idea here. What if there were literally only 2 abilities? Town throughput ability and a battle power ability. Like spawns a customer, a worker, and some items. And this would be like increases all stats and heals adventurers. I think this is less interesting because now these are just always generally useful. Yeah. Less interesting since they're always useful and there's no real choice. Yeah, I think we'd have to say, do you want more customers? Do you want more workers? Do you want more items? But of those, I think some of them are going to be like clear winners a lot of the time. As in, maybe most of the time you have enough workers, so getting more workers isn't really going to be helpful. Or most of the time you have enough customers, so getting more customers won't be that helpful. Also, these the other thing is like, when do you unlock this? At the beginning of the game, it would be great to just spawn in another customer. Or, yeah, to just spawn in another customer to handle the items you're getting. But we're not going to start you with all of these abilities. I think you need to learn how to use them. So leaning toward right now is, where did that just go? I don't know if I closed it or if I just changed tabs. Yeah, here it is. Leaning toward a small number of enchants. Less for us to design, less for the player to learn. And it'll be sort of, it still gives you some options. Now, as far as stats go, I guess for battles, all you'd really care about is like, do I just want battles to go faster or do I want more survivability? Yeah. Okay, so abilities, here's what I'm thinking. Customers plus like spawn some and make them faster and less likely to leave town. Workers, spawn some and make them faster. And items, spawn some. In terms of marketing, you'd have companies pay you to have their mascot as the rare customer for the month or whatever time period they purchase. We see McDonald's would be happy to pay to create positive sentiment. If this were a game that was super popular, it actually would be a good idea. But I think if I was like, hey, McDonald's, how much are you willing to pay? They'd be like, well, how many eyes do you have on the game? And I'd be like, 10. They'd say, a couple of pennies. Yeah, so these would be the town ones. And then the battle one would be either power or defense or survivability, I guess. Plus power, plus haste. And survivability would be like plus fortitude, heal. Yeah, so 5 abilities. That's what I'm kind of leaning toward. Got an eye guy for that. Your rare customer buys your items and hands out hamburgers. I think this could work. I wonder. Yeah. Is it possible that some of these just aren't all that desirable? I guess so, but then leave that to the player. Yeah. Okay, so 5 things. And we could make it so that you could upgrade these. These lend themselves really well to upgrades since they're just numerical boosts. It's slightly harder with customers and workers, I guess, but still not too bad. Would it be possible to have another slime near the top of the warehouse? Trying to think from a game perspective, how do we do this? Because yeah, I see what you're saying. Like you wanna sell some of these items, and this is too far away. I think what we could do is we could just move the slime like here. Hey, Chris, it's going well. We're doing game design stuff today. Yeah, I'll write that down. Hang on one second. Hang on. Okay. Let's see. I'll write that down in the feedback. Town, move the slime so that it's more central to your, or more usable from the warehouse. Maybe even add a hotkey like backspace to scrap the selected item. Okay, I like this idea. Yeah, so I like this idea. Here are what the abilities would be. How do you use an ability? I guess you'd click something in the world and it would power the connected crystal. Maybe they're little books. Maybe they're books on the ground. They're manifested as books on the ground. And you have and the crystals are your mana. I guess you'd want to know how long this thing is going to last for. Excuse me, sorry. So I guess we'll just write conclusions here. We give you these abilities. You get these manual abilities. Yeah, what I was picturing is this. You've got these book graphics here, and actually coincidentally there are 5 of them, although they're easy enough for me to just draw my own. I could put a triangle on one of these and make it green or pink or whatever. So yeah, you've got 5 books, and hovering over them tells you what this one does. So this one is the battle defense one. Increases your fortitude by 50, heals you for 20% of your life. This one's the battle attack one, this one's the max customers one, so on and so forth. And when you click one of these, it fills up this crystal for however long it lasts for. Are all of these ones that have to last for a certain amount of time? Yes, yes, no, yes, yes. Yeah, only the items one, I guess, doesn't make sense as one that has a duration. And we could theme it to be a duration. We could say your item spawn rate is plus 20%. So now it has a duration. And it's not just spawn some immediately. Yeah, I think I like that better. So you get these manual abilities, more items from battle. So they all have a duration. Yeah, how do you unlock them? Honestly, paying for them would be fine, but if we're going to allow you to upgrade them, then maybe you use items for something there. I'm not totally sure what items would even make sense to attract more customers. Like, are you dumping 50 swords in and you're getting more customers somehow? It had to be like, I don't know, food or wood or something in the game. Yeah. For design, less of a learn, so gives you options and allows still having all enchants be viable. Okay, so that question's answered. How do you unlock them? I still haven't answered. So let's go figure that out. So yeah, how do you unlock these? I started to figure this out and then I was like, well, what do we even have? So you pay for them, you do a quest for them or some other way. Well, if they're books, if they're manifested as books, is there something thematic there for unlocking them? Like you collect pages from something? You collect pages from somewhere? Ever consider an FAQ inside the game? Yeah, I think we need to do something like that. I think we in the escape menu, we put a compendium or a help button or something. I was thinking of also adding a library to the game. It would cost you like 1 gold, and then it would have an NPC who tells you, "Hey, I'm here to just help you," and then a compendium where you click it and it tells you all the game information you might need to know. So I think that could be pretty nice. Something thematic for unlocking them. You collect pages from somewhere. I like the idea. I mean, a lot of games do something like that where you collect pages for a book, but it might not be clear that they're for the enchanter or why you're collecting pages or how you collect pages. I'm kind of leaning toward you just pay for them. In fact, maybe that's the best thing to do, even if it's not the final solution. I like the theming, but I don't like the idea of having another collectible that players are probably going to be confused about. Maybe for now we just have you pay money until we come up with something better. The quest thing could work. It's not that it can't. The enchanter would just have something like, "Hey, I need 50 swords and I'll give you a book." I don't know why they need 50 swords, but yeah. I'll give you a book, and then the book is your ability, and now you can use the ability. We're like circling this. We're circling this right now. It's close to a good idea. Yeah, we've almost figured this out. But okay, once you've unlocked them, it can't just be that, oh, now you use this for the rest of the game. It could be a rare drop from a particular dungeon. So if it's a rare drop, are we counting on players just randomly finding it, or are we somehow steering them toward it? I think it's got to be something you can influence. Drops feel almost completely deterministic right now. Yeah, but the reason they feel completely deterministic is because items have no like dedicated usage. They're all just money in the end. So here what we're talking about is let's add an item that does have a dedicated usage and then let's make it rare. But then the problem is if you want to unlock this thing, what is it? Just like hope you get lucky after fighting in the dungeon 100 times? I just, that doesn't sit right with me because these are pretty powerful abilities that can change the game and make it more fun. I guess that is another problem that we potentially have though, is items don't really, maybe it's not shops don't feel unique. Maybe the real problem is that items don't feel unique. They're all just for money, especially if we do away with quests and the original disenchanting system. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about paying for this is it could just auto unlock. Yeah, it could auto unlock through bosses. I guess I'm could do it off theme. Green book pages from the forest, red from the inferno, blue from the waterway. Have the enchanter tell you that. Yeah, but then still you're just going and auto battling there, right? And I guess the thing that I think the thing I don't really like about this is when you're told about this, hey, go to the forest and level up, literally any adventurer could go do that. So I guess you're really just saying like, okay, mage, go over there and we'll set you to auto battle. And now rogue, go over there and we'll set you to auto battle and so on and so forth until you're just like, when is this green page going to drop? It just feels like you're going through a speed bump that won't be fun so that you can unlock something that hopefully will be fun. And I want the speed bump to either be fun or to at least be a system that people already understand. Yeah, some other way. I'll say this, like rare items from a particular location. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it, right? Hmm. I do like the idea, that whole thing about a quest for them. We could theme this as the enchanter is learning spells by analyzing the magical properties of items. Have the leveling up process be the rare drop. I'm still just not convinced on the rare drop thing at all. Like I said, let's say you learn this, you understand it. It says, hey, here's how you upgrade this, go to the forest. At some point, you're going to be like, oh man, I really want this enchant to be more powerful. And you just do this and then walk away from your computer. I just, it's like, hey, we're going to stop your town from selling stuff, and we're going to stop your adventurers from doing something more interesting. Yeah. Doesn't need to be mandatory or required, but it's something you can get if you want. Meanwhile, others choose not to get. Well, okay. So from a game design perspective here, I think there is a certain cost to every feature that you do. And there's a development cost, and that's obvious, and we're not going to write that here because we're going to put in the time regardless. But there is a cognitive cost for players. There's going to be some players who are like, how do I do this? And what does this do when I get it? And the how do I do this would be something like, okay, go fight in the forest, right? And hope for a rare drop. So then the question would be like, can I make this faster somehow? And the answer, I guess, would just be no. You'd have to just fight in more battles in the forest. But then the other thing from a game design perspective is, how fun is the task you're laying out? And if you hear that the task is like, go to the easy peasy first area and just leave auto battle running with literally any party for some amount of time, is this fun? And I don't think so. I know it's not mandatory, but in a regular game, you're at least like, you're killing these monsters yourself. You're still running through. You're making the decision of like, do I even go to that area? I was kind of thinking about this in terms of, picture a quest in like a traditional RPG. There are questions you have as a player, which is like, is that location nearby? Like, is it worth going to? Do I get anything else by fighting there? Is it fun to fight low-level monsters or something like that? There are some other considerations that I don't think factor into this game. That is the location nearby is literally just, you're just clicking a different button up here, and then your characters go there immediately. So there's no like travel time consideration. You get anything else by fighting there. You get these blue potions if you go to the forest, which are worth 3 gold. And if you're getting things that are worth, 40 and 50 gold, it's like, well, now you're pretty much getting nothing. So yeah, I just don't think it's a fun system. And I think it's got to be fun, or else people are going to be like, I really like the enchanter, but man, that was a really big slog to go to the forest and fight for like 20 minutes. And who knows, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people are like, that was awesome, it felt rewarding, but I don't feel like the game is set up for that sort of reward. I also am not totally convinced on just paying for them. I am kind of leaning toward the quest thing. And that would let us gate it on a particular instance in the game. Let us have you only unlock enchants when you've gotten to certain instances. And I guess you'd be kicking off the quest. Oh, also a question I'm going to have for once we get to shopkeepers, if we're getting rid of quests, is what are shopkeepers doing? What do shopkeeps do when you click them? A bit different in this game where you literally just press the button and go there fight. As Oakley has pointed out, I think it's a bit deterministic, and I wish there were some shiny epics I could look for. Yeah, but I think, like I said, I think the core problem is that items don't feel unique. Let's say you got a shiny epic. One, would you even know it? Like, are you paying attention to the items that are dropping and where they're going and selling? I don't even know if you'd realize that you got something. And if you do realize you got something and you see, oh, it's just a glowing armor, it's worth 10 times more. Are you like, oh, that's awesome, I feel great? Like, maybe to some extent. I think it's cool. I think it feels fun. And I don't think it's an idea that I would say like, no, not, for sure we're not doing that. I think that the structure of this game makes it difficult to apply things that work in other games, just kind of wholesale. Quests have seemed to be like a third resource. I wonder what gameplay would be like if they were the forefront, like causing you to go to a different place, maybe using a different party layout. Maybe the quest could have restrictions. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about for the structure of the game sort of thing, is that we have regular battles and we have boss battles. And regular battles, we've taken sort of a stance at like, they should be easy. You should win them if you're the right level. And boss battles are like, our stance here is they should be hard, they should require experimentation and the right of party composition and skills. Hey, who cares? Welcome in, welcome in. So, what I was thinking about going to a different place, the way that the game is structured so far is there is a pretty clear like rank progression here. The first area is going to be super easy even when you start the game. That's intentional. The second area is going to be easy once you've leveled up to like level 3 or level 4, and so on and so forth, to the point where any old area is trivially beatable. And it makes me think, okay, well, then what are the decisions you're making? And the decision would be like, okay, well, if the jungle's trivially beatable, what are the fewest number of adventurers I could send there and still have them win? And which adventurers am I okay with not having in my like actual parties I care about? So I think about those sorts of things. And maybe what this means is that locations need to differ in other ways, or that they're not, maybe there are no locations specifically. Like, I'm still not convinced even on the location system. I don't know. It still makes me wonder, what if there was just a battle button? It's not even a location. There are no locations anymore. You just fight in a level appropriate area. Or what if you just literally you just pick the loot you're getting from a battle? You're like, oh, I want potions from this battle now. I want potions and swords or something like that. And I don't like this idea from for a lot of reasons. One, I think the UI of like, whoa, wait a second, what I'm just in some random battle simulator and I'm picking, okay, I want the cane and the fire sword. Two is that if items ever did matter and you could literally just pick them, I think it could be problematic. But on the plus side, it'd be like, well, now you don't have a location system where you got to choose things. It's mostly just like, what am I fighting? So if say you found a warrior build that soloed a medium location, then no reason to change that comp. But if you received a quest that required the warrior or made that location harder, then you get a chance to try something new or problem solve. Yeah. I see what you're getting at. And I think this is where these stances of regular battle versus boss battle comes in. So the concept of there being a location that is not a boss battle, that is difficult, is not a concept that should exist in the game from the game design philosophy that I've come up with. So what you're essentially saying is we're going to make a boss battle, and now you have a requirement like you can only join this as the warrior. And then I think the question is, how do we even differentiate the builds enough? Like we expect you to have this build and you don't, you have this build, and now you're supposed to lose that battle. And I get that we can change this a little bit. We could sort of tip the match in your favor if you get the talents that we expected you to have. But in general, then we need to have that system of feedback, which we're probably gonna need anyway. Yeah, I'm just, the way I kind of look at it is, if we already have bosses in the game, why don't we? Yeah, I get it, you're spitballing. I don't mean to like shoot this stuff down. I'm trying to think of what this could potentially work with. And there's some things where I'm like, look, this is the philosophy of the game. I think our solution needs to work within that. But what you pretty much described are boss battles. So why not just say like, you beat a boss and get the next enchant? And that is possible. We could just say that. We don't necessarily need to add in like 10 more bosses or something. Although we could have those sort of theme battles, like beat 5 waves of 4 snakes. I'm just concerned that if you ever do this and you're too high a level, that it would just become sort of trivially easy. And then what sounded fun is now no longer fun. Really like the progression system of a previous checkpoint where each location was harder and you had to figure out how to beat it. And then once you figured it out, then it's off to the next location. I think, so based on the feedback I remember, in previous checkpoints, the only sort of difficult location was the Inferno. And people are like, I like tinkering around there, which is what led to us saying, you know what, let's add boss battles to the game. because people liked having to figure out some of the fights, but not everything. Sent a PR with a prototype I mentioned about the start battle UI if you want to check that out later. Okay, got you. Thank you. Yeah. Were you able to get some of the bugs figured out from Friday? I was, but that was all mostly done on Friday. So while I was streaming, I did not take a look at the game over the weekend other than to go through the feedback and compile everything. And now what we're doing is we're looking at the high level problems in the game and we are trying to come up with solutions for them. And I think we could potentially say this, like locations, that the concept of regular battles being easy and boss fights being tough may not be the best. Not even sure the location choice matters all that much. I'm not sure the location choice should just be a choice. Maybe it's automatic for regular battles. I'm not sure. The jump from forest to dungeon was difficult. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. It wasn't difficult in the how do I form my party. It was difficult in that you couldn't beat it right away. But the way that you would beat it is just by leveling up. I think that's what you're saying. And we could still potentially allow for that. Yeah, I'll need to think about that. All right, let me go back to this for now. The enchanter. How do you unlock these enchants? I'm leaning toward the whole you do a quest and you get them. So let's say you beat the first boss, you get to the enchanter, you unlock the enchanter, and now that you click them and they're like, hey, I have a quest for you. I need you to collect whatever, 40 blue potions. And maybe while the quest is going on, there's another, like, you get a rare blue potion every once in a while that could drop. Although I guess functionally it'd be the same as just collect 40 blue potions because the rare one's going to drop after you get 40. But anyway, you get all those, excuse me, and then you unlock a book, and that's your first enchant. Hey, Twitchy Joe. Being able to beat something while underleveled is fine, so long as it's clear to the player that they're underleveled. Yeah. Yeah. Might be a little boring if the answer to being in the next location is just level up your adventurers. The boss battles make sense. On paper, like I said, I haven't played the next checkpoint. I see. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot that part. I think that was pretty key to the feedback you're giving. That you haven't played the next checkpoint. Okay, well, how about this? The unlock part isn't probably super important right now. I think the other things that are important are maybe, so still not sold on how to unlock this, but I'm leaning toward having a quest. Just paying for it for checkpoint 5 wouldn't be the worst thing. But yeah, how do you use these? So how do you unlock them? I still don't totally know. What does it cost to use an ability? And can you upgrade your enchantments? Yeah. So what does it cost to use an ability? So let's say options, mana. You have some mana resource. And abilities cost 1 mana each. Would they cost different amounts? I just don't see a reason for them to cost different amounts. It's just extra complexity. Cooldown abilities cost nothing, but can only be used every so often. You ready for us? What else could we say? Or I guess it's like auto-regenerating mana. You have some mana resource that refills itself, and abilities cost mana. And then manually regenerating mana, or like item-based mana. Abilities are like same as above, but mana is only refilled by disenchanting items or something similar. Cooldown. Is there anything else? Yeah. Difference between a cooldown and auto regenerating mana, just flavor. No, there's a functional difference in that if you have, let's say you have 3 mana, you could use the same ability 3 times. Whereas here, you would only ever be able to use an ability once every X minutes. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I guess the battle enchants, can you use them both at the same time? Should there even be 2 different ones? What are the questions for that? Should there be 2 battle enchants? Can you use them both at once? To be honest, okay, so cooldown, this is the easiest to understand, I think. Item-based mana, this is probably the most flavorful and would give us an item sink in the game. But it may be micromanagement for no real reason. I kind of like the cooldown idea. There's just a cooldown. You use it when you can. But then I want them to be situational enough. And the way I was thinking about the situation, so these are the abilities. Like there's a customer ability, you spawn in more customers. The situation is you have more items than you have customers, so spawn in people who can buy them. The workers thing would be you have more items in your warehouse than you can deal with, but they're selling quickly enough, so you hire workers. And then more items from battle is you've got enough workers and customers, but you don't have any items, so you get more items. And then battle was you can win battles faster, or you could survive tough battles by healing yourself. Maybe we trim this all down. I don't know. I'm still not totally sold on this. Yeah. I think I like the cooldown system just so that there's not a lot of complexity. I want them to be long-ish cooldowns, like 5 minutes. And maybe only last for 1 minute so that you have to choose when to use them. In practice, I think people would just spam them. And if they're gonna just spam them, it's like, then the system probably doesn't work. It would make sense that there are times where it doesn't help you. Like you increase the number of customers, but you didn't actually need more customers, but you click it anyway, because why bother doing that sort of micromanagement? And I think this points to the problem with an automated game like this, which is that it's automated. So any improvement is some improvement, and it's all just kind of good enough in the end anyway. But it makes me think, how could we work around that if that's what's probably going to happen? Yeah, how would we work around that? I think a cooldown urges you to use something when it's available, whereas mana urges you to use something when you hit your maximum amount of mana. Auto applies the abilities for you to optimal moments. Well, another way we could kind of do this is we make them more granular. So maybe there is a just like spawn 1 customer and that costs 1 mana. And if you want to improve the speed of your customers, that costs 1 mana. And if you want to improve the buying rate of customers, that costs 1 mana. And you choose which ones you want to kind of stack. I don't think that's more interesting though. I like the idea of manually used abilities. I just haven't fully figured this out yet. And maybe it has to do with the abilities that I stated up here. Spawn more workers. Because you could lump this into just improve your town's selling throughput and improve your battling throughput. And there's two abilities. But I felt like if you do that, then the players are just going to click those whenever they're available, because at all times you want both of those. So we'd have to make them situational, and the only situations we have are, yeah, balancing the different pieces of your selling equation, and I guess part of that is having battles go faster. Maybe we don't even have the battle stuff, and it's just this stuff. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe there are no battle enchants. Should there even be battle enchants? Not sure that makes sense. It's a system that's unstable, so the player has to fix it, but in fixing it, another instability is introduced. Yeah, I guess something that essentially breaks your machine of automation. But I think that has to do with like factory games and stuff. I think the traditional idle game does not have any instability. It's just always make progress at all times. So yeah, I think if we say automation games are up here, then idle games, and then like factory games or town management games or something like that. In these, I think you might have that instability. And I want to be careful about that here, because I don't want it to be that kind of automation. Like, hey, your workers are automatically going to place items, but you can place conveyor belts in your town or something, and then you can manage that or something. Really like the active skills thing, however you decide to do it. A thing that felt bad during the game is not seeing enough customers. The only way of fixing it was wait for 400 more gold, which felt bad. Yeah, I like this idea, and I think I like just having it affect the town. I think this could be good, and I like that there's a choice here. And if there's going to be a choice, you know what? Why don't we just do it this way? Why don't we say whatever system we have should make you pick between one of these at some given time? And in fact, I think I know what the best way of doing this then would be. So I want whatever system we have to require you to make a trade-off. So cooldown system would be something like all abilities share a cooldown. So you can only pick one every X minutes. I think that's pretty good. And the other one would be a mana system where it's like each ability costs 1 mana, and you can hold a maximum of 2 mana. And that way, idling for longer lets you do more when you come back. I mean, I guess there could still be a little bit of a cooldown, although it doesn't have to be. I like the sacrifice items thing. Usually if you have too few customers, it's also the same as having too many items. Yeah, except for one of the upgrades is to get more items. So if you sacrificed items to get the mana or something like that. I think there could be upgrades that take items. I think that could work pretty well. Town perk to increase mana. Yeah, something like that. After completing a quest, you get the choice. I want to do away with quests, or at least the way that quests existed right now. They took place at the shop. I think we could make it so they take place at the enchanter instead, and you're kicking them off, but I'm not totally sure. But yeah, I think the mana system is possibly what we should do here. Each ability costs 1 mana. You can hold a maximum of 2 mana, or it's upgradable or something like that. Yeah. Okay, so here are the conclusions then. You get these manual abilities to affect your town. The reason we don't have battle abilities is because they would always be desirable. So the choice would probably be less interesting. And should abilities even have cooldowns then? Because if they didn't have cooldowns and you have a mana system, then what you could do is you could click this button 3 times and increase I guess let's say this is plus X% more items from battle. This is right now themed as a town perk, or will be themed as a town perk. Grants a chance you get more items from battle. I like the idea of the get more items stuff. I almost wonder if it should just be like spawn random items for the next 10 seconds. Not sure. First battle finished. Instead of buying a potion shop, I augmented the portal. Now the potion shop menu is open and can't be closed, and I can't move in the map. Maybe something to look into. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to augment the portal at first, and I just haven't fixed that yet. Okay, it costs mana to use the abilities. You start with a maximum mana of 1 or 2. It costs 1 mana to use any ability. This is known? Yeah. That's known. Yeah. But thank you for reporting it in case it wasn't. Reason. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Also, Bigardi Tech, welcome in. I sort of missed your message there because it just a command. But yeah, using a corn keyboard. My desk mat is not online correctly. So the maximum of 1 or 2. We could allow for upgrading abilities at some point. And upgrading your maximum mana or the mana regeneration rate. So for mana, what I was thinking is we could just manifest these as crystals in the world. Like these blue crystals are your mana crystals and they just show up on the table or something. I don't know. I guess your enchanter is creating them. Maybe it's created, like what's creating the mana, I guess. I don't know. You'd be ditching abilities related to battles. I think so. Yeah. We haven't talked about all of the systems yet, but experience points could essentially be the way of you're just still gaining power even when you couldn't have leveled up before. I don't know, and I'm still not sold on it. Can allow for upgrading abilities to some point, upgrading your maximum mana or the mana regeneration rate. Yeah, so I haven't answered this, but is there a cooldown on an ability? If there isn't, then I guess you could click the same ability multiple times based on how much mana you have. I don't even think it'd be a problem for customers or workers. It just might be a problem for getting more items from battle. But even then, is it really that bad? Like you have 5 mana at the end of the game and you click it 5 times and you're getting like quadruple the amount of items. I think that would just feel fun for players, like they broke the game or something. But I think toward the end of the game, you might. Well, I don't know. Whatever. We'll just see. Yeah, sure. Let's just say they can stack. I don't know. Was a way to affect battles, so that's why I asked. Yeah. Initially it was, and initially it was to add an active system, but I think it might be better to just make it so that it's affecting town and that maybe something else affects battles. What's your favorite game to play outside of your own? To play right now, I've been playing Nonogram's Katana and the second installment of the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm enjoying them both. I've kind of commented on this in the past, but if you just ask me like what are your favorite games in general, they'd be games that I don't want to play again, but that I really, really enjoyed for the time. Like Smash Bros. Melee, for example. I really liked this game. I am not into it right now. I occasionally watch like a tournament match or something, but yeah, I think my life would have to change drastically for me to enjoy this game again. Did I get enough time to relax on the weekend? Yeah. Yeah, I did quite a lot of just normal life stuff. I played a lot of Final Fantasy. I borrowed it on Friday. And I went to a birthday party I did some exercise stuff. I got to spend some time with my wife. I did some productive stuff around the house. And then I did 3 hours of work because I wanted to handle the feedback. So yeah, I had a pretty full weekend, but a good one. Abilities don't have a cooldown and can stack when you use them. So what's the point of crystals? I still don't know what this is going to look like. What does mana regeneration mean? Should the crystals indicate when you get mana and not when a buff is active? If buffs stack in effect and not duration, then that may be best. Wasn't that a good way to end the sentence? The whole working for 3 hours? Wait, what? Sorry, I lost the thread. How do we represent mana regeneration? Used to play Don't Starve together with a friend of mine. He went MIA, so playing it on my own is a bit boring. Yeah, that's, I think, the problem with a lot of the games I've enjoyed over the years. I had a lot of fun playing Diablo 2, but when I first started playing Diablo 2, I had maybe like 3 to 4 friends who naturally played it. I didn't need to convince them, they just played already. And it was fun to have those interactions of like, oh cool, we got new items, or have you tried this way of playing the game, or whatever. You just talk to your friends about playing a game. When I go back to it, I think a lot of RPGs have end game of either play against other players or play against the environment, fight bosses and stuff. Either one of those, if you don't have friends, it makes it less enjoyable, I feel. If friends were playing the game, like you're doing bigger boss battles or something, you're getting items, and it's like, well, who are you showing the items to? You know, player versus player, it's like, well, you're fighting a bunch of random strangers. I felt kind of the same way with the Smash games. The whole game is pretty much PvP if you think about it that way. And it's like, if you don't have friends who are playing, then you're raising your rank and everything for what? To compete in tournaments? To just keep playing against better players? I think the answer is because you're having fun doing it, but I just felt like, what's the sort of bigger reason for doing that? And that's why I think I'd rather play action RPGs at this point with friends. I'd rather play, I don't know, pretty much most RPGs with friends if it allows for it. If games are balanced such that it's not, or games are made such that they're not even multiplayer games, like Final Fantasy VII is not a multiplayer game. So I'm having fun playing that, but it's like the experience was tailor made for single player. How's it even possible? Elon Musk is in the top 30 in the whole world in Diablo 4. I had not heard this. I don't know. So how do we represent that these stack? Because that's what I'm thinking right now. How would this work? I want some way to indicate that you, like, we have these books and we have these crystals. So I think you would click a book and it would use the ability. And then maybe it puts a crystal on a table or something to indicate that you have that ability being used. Or maybe it just, maybe your mana are these uncharged crystals. Oh yeah, that's how it could work. That's actually kind of interesting, right? You have these pots in front of the crystals like we do now. So this represents that you have, wait, no, hang on. What was I saying? Oh man. Okay. Yeah, well anyway, each one of these would represent one ability and you have 3 abilities, and then you'd have, I guess, different mana gems that you just drag into one of the pots and it would activate that buff. But we need to make it clear. I'm close to something here. Hey, Ale Didier, welcome back. By the way, I assume that you want your name pronounced in the French way, but I know that Redbeard doesn't. And there's another streamer that I watched who has someone named Jorge in their channel who pronounces it George. So, yeah, let me know. I'm happy to write down the name pronunciation you prefer. But Red's always said Alez, which I always thought was funny. Okay, like I said, I'm close to something with this. I was thinking we need some way of rendering that you can have multiple of the same ability active and that they stack. So it can't just be one crystal that fills more, or that would indicate duration. It's pronounced gorge? Really? That sounds like a mistake. City of, it's like city of FAQ. What in the world? Why is there an FAQ for this? Can I burn trash in my own yard? What? Why? Why is this in frequently asked questions? I've never. What is the population of this place such that many people are asking? Population 885 people. How do you want me to pronounce your name? French. Sorry, I'm going to type this out because I'm not sure if you heard Ale, but I'll ask again. I do have a name pronunciations list. That's why I'm asking, because I take this very seriously. Okay, so yeah, the whole thing about how many enchants are active, I don't want to represent there being like 9 crystals or something. I guess it is a way of saying that this can stack and it stacks. I think it'd be confusing. In fact, just not letting them stack is probably the least confusing way. And then you just take a mana crystal and drag it into the pot and it shows how long it's activated for. Yeah. I think that's the simplest. When it comes to rendering mana, I think it would be cool to have the ability stack. But I think that's hard to show to players. Making like 3 crystals per buff that could get filled up. That is how we could do it. It would just look a little weird to have like a crystal farm over here and you drag a mana thing onto here and it fills up one of these, and then you drag another mana crystal and it fills up a second one. The French is très bien. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will say it. Allez, Didier. The French way. Have you ever told Redbeard that? Does he know? There's some things that I just don't bother with because as a dumb American, I don't want to pronounce things the correct way every single time because of how much effort it takes me and how embarrassed I feel sometimes when I still can't say it right. But I try to make an effort. Yeah, so what I think would be ideal here is we would render like 9 of these crystals. So if you can have 3 maximum mana, then we need 3 of these crystals each. And every time you drag one of these onto there, we fill up another one of these crystals. Alternatively, the way we could do this is at any given time, you can have 3 buffs active and they could be the same buff. That could actually work. Yeah, that could actually work. I think it'll be a little confusing. But yeah, what if we had the 3 gray crystals and then you dragged or you clicked a book or dragged a mana crystal to the pot, and depending on which pot you dragged it to, you would light up a crystal with that spell's color. Yeah, okay. That's it. That's what I want. Something like that. I don't know about the whole books versus pots versus whatever system. But yeah, I like that idea. Whew. Okay. So the way we render this stuff, you have 3 gray crystals, or you eventually earn up to that many. And then you have 3 spell books. You drag a mana crystal to a spell book, and one and any unfilled, I guess like one of the unfilled crystals will fill to indicate the duration, and it will become the color of the spell book. Spell cooking. Drag a mana crystal of the spellbook. Any one of the unfilled crystals will fill to indicate the duration, become this color of the spellbook. The enchanter should tell you that you can stack spells like this. So you'll only ever be able to stack up to 3. Yeah, whatever, and that's just going to be fine for you. So now, how does mana get created? Is the enchanter just pumping this out once every minute or something like that? I feel like that's sort of stupid. And there should be some like more magical way that this is happening. Honestly, I think the way that would probably make sense is that this just auto fills up and then just spits out a mana crystal. But then we're sort of overloading what these crystals mean. Also, they kind of look like toy boats, don't they? You can kind of picture that they're crystals, but you can also sort of see a toy boat. So how do we show mana being generated? That I don't know. Maybe we just don't and render it in the UI. Maybe crystals just appear. I think it would be better to have some kind of magical production system. I just don't know what it would be, and I don't want to use the big crystals because they would already represent the buffs. Maybe battle rewards, mana crystals it is. So, okay, they could be battle rewards. But there are some thoughts here. One is that I want there to be one action to use a spell. I guess clicking a spell book would make the most sense. No, maybe we do just fill up the rainbow crystal and that represents your mana and you just click one of the spell books and it uses the spell. Because I think dragging as an action to do something is not the most usable. Yeah, what if you just clicked the spell book and it lit up that crystal with that particular color? So you click the blue spell book, it lights up one of the crystals blue, and then it slowly starts fading out like it does now. So basically like this. So I would have clicked the orange spell book, and now I have the customer spell active. And I could click it again, and it would make this crystal orange as well, which we can't show very quickly in the game, but imagine that that's orange as well. So this would mean I have 2 customer spells active. Or maybe there is no stacking of this, which I still think is not the best. I think the stacking could be interesting. So yeah, I think we'll just make it you click spells and mana generates somehow. I guess it just fades it onto the table. Doesn't really make sense. I think we'll have it be this crystal. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. I came up with an idea. You have 3 gray crystals. You have 3 spell books. You click a spell book to spend 1 mana, and one of the unfilled crystals will fill to indicate the duration. It'll become this color of the spellbook. And you have a rainbow mana crystal that fills slowly and represents how much mana you have. Hovering over it shows you, hovering over, I guess, anything shows you the mana you have with an icon for the rainbow crystal to make it clear. Great. There. That's it. I like this. I think that's good. Yeah. Any other questions we have? This is done. How do you unlock enchants? We said you're just going to pay for it at first, but I don't really have an answer to that yet. Is there a cooldown on an ability? There is no cooldown. Did I write that down? Don't have a cooldown. Yeah. So no. What does it cost to use an ability? We answered that. How do you use an ability? We answered that. When do you unlock this? I guess we're just going to say after the, well, maybe we allow this after the first boss, because that's when all the customer stuff really matters. Yeah, I think we're going to change that. allow you to unlock this after the first boss, or maybe even earlier. Maybe it just costs money and you can choose to unlock it. Maybe it just costs like, yeah, 150. Choose to unlock it before beating the first boss. All right, can you upgrade your enchantments? Yeah, so these are unanswered questions. Unanswered questions. How do you unlock this? And can you upgrade? Does the enchanter theming still make sense? Yeah, I think so. I think it's fine. Should there be battle enchants? Yeah, no. Okay, cool. So that's it. We have some conclusions on this. We have some conclusions on some of this other stuff too. So I guess let's write conclusions here. Quest, what are our conclusions for this? I guess we're just deleting them. So bad. We should just remove quests for now. And you should be able to upgrade shops using the town hall. This is going to affect the beginning of game balance. I don't know. I think we need to revisit this. Yeah. All right, next up, experience points. Okay, so what is a reason to have experience points? It is, well, what are the reasons, I guess? Player expectation and a way of increasing your power without having to pay, and a way of getting something from a battle even when you don't get items. I think those are the three reasons. Could quest rewards be mana crystals? They could, but I want the mana crystals. I want there to be, like, you're always able to interact with this, or, you know, based on your mana regeneration rate. So maybe once every couple minutes or something. And the quest rewards would be something you'd have to trigger yourself. So we'd need to always offer quests to give you mana. But yeah, I like the idea of quest upgrade buildings or something. I wanted more granularity and progression for the reason of the level system. Yeah, that's this part. A way of increasing your power without having to pay. I guess that's, I should split this up. And, well, no, I guess it's technically not this. Yeah, these are the reasons. And then I think Oakleus was also assuming that there would be more levels if we did things this way. So there would be more of a sense of progression. Rank increase felt like too big of a jump. Yeah. But the rank increase could be changed. Like, we could just say, instead of the max rank being 7, we could just multiply everything by 3. So now the max rank is 21, and every boss you can get 3 more ranks instead of +1. So what this would do is give the idea of more progression without us needing experience points. So it could be addressed differently. Experience points themselves are for these reasons, I think. And you could lump it in with a system where you allow for more levels. But if we didn't do that, then it would be you level up from 1 to 2 by doing a bunch of battles. I love the game. Just add some content and release it. I want to make the game as good as possible. I think people liked it. I think some people loved it. But I think we can make more people love it if we make some of these bigger changes. I like where it's headed. Yeah, so, okay, player expectation, I think, is sometimes a reason to do things. I don't think it's always a reason to do things. You can make an RPG and there's no leveling whatsoever and no currency or whatever. And I think sometimes it's weird. So, for example, Paper Mario had, oh, what was the game called? Color Splash? I didn't even play this game, actually. But some people had some problem with the battle system, and that you got, oh, maybe it was Sticker Star or something. I don't know. Anyway, you got like stickers in one of these games, and the stickers weren't necessary, so battles felt like a chore. I think people also complained about this a little bit with Origami King. I don't think you got experience points. So battles just at some point were like, why am I doing this? And player expectation there was like, this system doesn't gel with what we want. So anyway, it's sometimes a reason to do things. This though, a way of increasing your power without having to pay, this would remove a money sink. Yeah, I'll just say this. This would be a win for sure. People have always commented on this. This would remove a money sink, and this would help us. This would make it feel like every battle is worthwhile, even if only barely. I guess items already do that, but we would be able to make it so that items don't always drop. Am I familiar with Warframe? No, not from a gameplay perspective, just that it exists. Best game that has in-game purchases that's free and not pay to win. At least games that I played. I've played some free-to-play games that I think do a pretty good job at letting you unlock things still. Actually, when I played Hearthstone, I felt like Hearthstone was one of those games. I know not everyone felt that way, but I didn't really play competitively. I just played for fun. So I got the cards that I thought were fun, and I didn't really ever need to spend money. And then there are some games where, yeah, you feel like you hit a barrier really early on, and if you don't spend money, how are you ever going to progress? And then I think there are the games that are like, they're free to play, but you buy cosmetics, so there's no sense of progression. Unless you count character looking cool being progression. This is interesting because right now, battles only are for giving you items. So in this case, I got 3 cloaks, a set of boots, and 2 potions. If I didn't get any of those, this battle would have been absolutely pointless. There would be literally no point in doing it. You don't get anything else. There is no other benefit. So yeah, battles exist in the game right now for items. If you removed all the items, then it would probably feel bad because you might sometimes do a battle and, well, sorry, not removed all the items. If you had a chance to not get items, so let's say there's only a 33% chance of getting a potion, you might not get a potion. And then you'd be like, what was the point? But if you got experience points, then all of a sudden battles could still be worthwhile. And we could potentially remove or lessen the chance of getting items. It's a currency called platinum that you get by buying it. Free players can get it by other players. Usually free players will get duplicate items or farm some items specifically to sell it for platinum. Yeah, that sounds cool. I've been playing the finals with some friends, and there's some way of getting the in-game currency, and I had never actually figured out how. I think by doing quests or something. I'm not actually sure. But I spent it all on some cosmetic item without realizing the battle pass, had I bought that, it would have given me more currency than it cost to unlock. And I just wasn't aware that was a thing. Hey, Muncie, is there a chance to get rare valuable items from battles, like ultra rares? There isn't currently, and I don't mind doing that, but right now the only use of items is really just to sell them. So instead of getting a cloak, maybe you get like a dragon cloak, and instead of selling for 6 gold, it sells for 60 gold. And then that would be it. So I think we could add rare items. I just don't think it's going to solve any major problem other than feeling good, which I think is worth doing. And I wonder if all this boils down to, do we make items have a particular function, I guess? People are happy to spend money, so they don't need to farm some stuff and to buy from players who did farm them. Yeah, it sounds like a cool system. I think something like that is neat. Yeah. Yeah, I think in general, what this sort of boils down to is if you have a pay to win game, I think all the free to play players are going to be frustrated. Well, if the progression system is such that you just otherwise have to grind for like a year to do something. Hey, TJ, happy Monday. I'm leaning toward not having experience because I'm not really sure what this does for us exactly. Yeah, leaning toward not having experience points. Oh, yeah, there's another problem of this, which is that you would need to. Okay, hang on. A few things I need to say. I don't want players to hire another adventurer and have them be weak with no way of increasing that power other than to do a ton of battles. We could address this by allowing you to train ranks for money and just having the cost be high. But that's very similar to our current system. And I just don't see a big enough benefit from adding them. Yeah. I don't think like player expectation would be a win, as I mentioned. I don't think it's a huge benefit. And then this about being able to reward something other than just items, I just don't think is a big enough reason to do it. And I guess this is the real consideration here. How much is it an expectation? Like right now in our UI, we have a train button. You click it, you level up. But instead, if we had an experience bar and you saw this thing level up and then you had a button underneath it that said like pay to just skip this process. Yeah. I think I'm leaning toward just not doing anything there. All right, so conclusions. I'll just copy paste this stuff up here. I don't know why I even did things this way. There. Okay, let's go look at player choice. This is gonna be tough. So lots of choices are muddied by the automation systems. Regular battles feel too easy. Skill points don't feel all that impactful. You have no manual input during a battle. Hard to tell whether a party or skill change made a difference due to lack of feedback. Can only pick between two adventures at any given time. Progression funnels you into particular choices. Okay, there are lots of problems here that we gotta pull apart. You said do like you have a chance to drop experience or an item that gives you experience or levels you up. Chance to drop experience. I think, okay, there are a lot of ways you can have a system that is like functionally identical. So imagine something like, imagine you need 1 million items. And I had a system one was you drop 0 to 100 items at a time. And system two is you drop 50 items at a time. These are functionally identical because if you need 1 million, then that's a large enough sample size where the variance of getting 100 a few times in a row and 0 a few times in a row, they're just going to even out. So these systems are functionally identical from just a get to 1 million items point of view. But from a player expectation point of view, or from, let's say there's an inventory or a machine that's handling this stuff, maybe it can't handle 100 items all the time. Maybe you need to account for that burstiness somehow. There could be lots of little tiny differences here. Anyway, the reason I say this is the concept of like, what if experience wasn't always given in the same quantity is kind of this system that we have here. There's going to be an average if you randomly gave experience, and that average is going to be what we're going to base our progress on. However, this thing about an item that gives experience, this is now a different system. This is a consideration that is like, there's a trade-off here. Do you sell that item? Do you use it for leveling up? And that's an interesting thought because right now items don't have another function. So if we gave them other functions, then you would have a trade-off, a decision to make with it. And let me write that over here. Maybe you could use items for leveling up. Okay, so we have a lot of different things to tackle here. I think one of the ones I want to tackle is, let's start with this one. You can only pick between two adventurers at any given time. So, what is going on with these bullet points there? All right, this was actually always the case, or pick between two new adventures at any given time. This is actually always the case. What unlocked new adventures for you though? Oh, every time you clicked higher. Oh, right. Oh, so the way things used to work is that you would pay to hire an adventurer and you would be given all of the old choices and two new ones. The new system is that you are given the same, oh, and two random new ones. You're given the same two choices at any given time as all other players. And those two choices only, and you get two new choices after beating a boss. Every time you beat a boss. Could be like a 1% chance, and like you said, could be expensive and you could sell it or use it to gain a level or something. Yeah. Yeah. I think so. Pokemon had an item called a rare candy, and it was just +1 level to a Pokemon. And as a if you played Pokemon before, I think the max level was either 99 or 100. So it was pretty high. And one level for one Pokemon didn't mean a whole lot. But it was one level. So using it at max level -1 was the best possible use, would save you the most time. And that concept is a little bit tricky to deal with. For Pokemon, I don't think it really mattered. I think that's fine. But it meant the longer you hold this item, the more valuable it gets. And in Skelle, I think it'd be a little difficult if we were just like an item gives you one level. We'd probably need to make it so that it was like an item gives you experience commensurate with its value. Love drop RNG. Yeah, I think in order for drop RNG to matter in the game, there's got to be functions for an item. And most games do that. Most games have like a crafting system or a stats system on items or equipment, I guess. So imagine if you get a sword that does 2 to 4 damage and has whatever, like +2% lifesteal, and then you find like a rare sword that, oh man, it's got actually 5 to 7 damage and 10% lifesteal, and maybe like +5 fire damage or something. It's like, oh, this is cool. This is something to analyze. But that's because these have functions. Damage means something, lifesteal means something. I don't want equipment to be in this game at all. And maybe it's time to just bite the bullet and do it. I don't know. Then you can increase that value on harder bosses, higher levels, higher value scale. Yeah, if I were to do it, I think that's how I would do it. The reason I've been opposed to an equipment system is because you have so many adventurers, and I don't think equipping them is going to be all that interesting when you have so many. And the amount of UI you'd need, you need an inventory thing here. You need to make sure your customers aren't selling the items. You need to understand what the stats do, what they mean. You need to be able to see the differences, etc. There's so much complexity that gets added, and I think it's for so little value. And the other thing too is as you level up, presumably your equipment is eventually going to become outdated. So not only are you equipping like 21 items on these characters, but then they level up and you're like, time to go equip another 21 items. I just really, really strongly don't like it. And that's why we had made the enchanter. It actually was spawned out of people wanting an equipment system. And I thought, okay, what if you use the items, you just disenchant them and they turn into a buff. So I put the sword into here and all my adventurers get the benefits of it. So now instead of having to click like 14 times to equip my swords to everybody, I just like equipped one sword and got a buff. And maybe we still do something like that. Maybe there's some like prototypical adventurer paper doll thing and you equip items to that one adventurer. You know, imagine this is some adventurers and then there's an equipment tab and it just shows you something like weapon slot, armor slot, and I don't know, potion slot, I guess. It doesn't really make sense, but you're equipping this once and now all of your adventurers benefit. But then what are those stats? Like, is it, you know, +5 damage per attack or something like that? Because if so, it's gonna just be like, yeah, you're more powerful. I think we just lump that into the leveling system and save a bunch of complexity. Hey, Velazquez, hey, Krasner. So yeah, I've been opposed to an equipment system since like day one, and I'm still opposed to it. Yeah. Hey, Batman. Getting a lot of red names in chat. All right, so could we let you unlock different adventures at different times? The reason we went with this new system is because you have to beat bosses to progress. And I didn't want you to be offered two classes who couldn't beat the boss. I like buff systems or skills modification over equipment for sure. I think it depends on the game. Like in Diablo 2 inventory. In Diablo 2, I felt like it works well because the game is a looter kind of game. And where's a good picture here? It's something like this. Wait, what? That's not the picture that I just saw here. Are there two? What in the world? Where's a picture of any item being hovered over? Here we go. Okay, yeah. So I'll open this. So this, I know I've shown something like this before, but for someone who's played a Diablo style game, you eventually get in the habit of looking at this and being able to evaluate pretty quickly. Is this good? Is it bad? Is it better than what I have? Because a lot of these are not one-to-one comparisons. You look at something like this, 11% chance to cast Confuse on striking. Another item is not going to have that at all. And yet it might be better, it might be worse. So it's not just a direct, do you see green? Do you see red? If it's green, equip it. And the cognitive load this puts on players is pretty high. You need to understand what all of these things do, why they would matter. Like it doesn't even say what is terror. What does that do? What is mind blast? What does level 14 do? Is it high damage? Is it not high damage? Is it making an impact? And the game doesn't even tell you that stuff, by the way. There is no way to see what this does by just looking at this character. You'd have to look at someone on a wiki if you're not the class that has that ability to begin with. So that's the kind of cognitive load we'd be adding for Skelle Seller as well if we didn't just do things like this adds damage. And if it does add damage, then is it really an interesting decision? No, I don't think so. There's a new MMORPG out by the guys who made RuneScape. Oh yeah, I heard of that. I think they're doing something similar to what you're saying. Yeah, I've heard of it. I heard there was some pushback on how they did the profession system. You apparently get like a new profession assigned to you or something like that when you go to a new area. I only read about it. Hey, Maranga. Why not make the equipment work like an army? Kind of like how it has the same type of equipment set by the general. I think you said it like how I was kind of describing this earlier. Like in the game, you have, let's say, I don't know, 10 adventurers, but you only have like one equipment screen for all of them. And it's just like 3 equipment slots on there. And I still think there are the same problems with this, which is you still need some kind of like stats for equipment to matter. And you need feedback on whether the equipment helped. And you need to figure out like how often do we expect people to change this around, I guess. Equipment always turns into equip highest item level thing. Then at end game, even max, equip best item, and all other equipment is trash. It's fine though as long as it provides the dopamine drip. I I think you can make changes to a game that will eventually alienate what your target audience is. This is supposed to be like a casual, laid back game. It wasn't supposed to be some like, no major progression walls like typical idle games where it's like, okay, wait 7 days before being able to afford this. I didn't want something like that. I didn't want there to be like a ton of complexity, no major complexity here. And I'm not saying a game wouldn't work. If you had the same game and you were like, you know what, all of the adventurers have their own equipment, that could work. Some people would like that. They'd be like, cool, now there's more strategic depth. But I think with automated battles, I think strategic depth is sort of counter to the systems that we've made so far. And that's why it's only really there for boss battles. It's like these were certain design constraints I set so that I think it'll lead to a different kind of game for sure, but I think there's still a way of making this different kind of game good. And it's very hard to find for sure. And that's why we're talking about some of this stuff. So could we just offer you any adventurer or maybe a reroll option. There's a bigger problem here, which is that you can essentially get soft locked and not be able to progress. And we don't have a solution for that right now. Wouldn't it be easier to expand the gold system, which already exists, and increase value or chance of drops? Yeah, so I think you're talking about the rare item system. Like right now you have a cloak and it's worth 6 gold. Why not have something like a ice cloak or something and it's worth 400 gold? If that's what you're talking about, I can respond to this. But I think, yeah. Anyway, I'll just wait. I'll continue looking at this for now. Yeah, basically that. Okay, yeah. So some thoughts, and I'm just going to sort of spew these out. One, as I mentioned earlier, is that you might not even realize you got a rare item. Maybe your focus, and I've watched people play the game a bit. Maybe your focus is here on this battle, and while that battle is running, you've got another battle going, and in that one they won a rare item, and it's spewed out onto the world like that. Let's say that's the rare item right there. They earn that, and you're not even paying attention to it, and your gold goes up by 400 instead of by 6, and you just never even noticed. So we could have some sound effect. We could have this be glowing or something, although maybe your attention's over here and you're focused on the guild and you're not even paying attention. But anyway, that's number one. Number two is that items only have one function, which is they get sold for money. And for that reason, I think having rare items is worthwhile to do. I think it's a good feature. I think we should add it for sure. It's just if they don't have functions associated with them that go beyond just selling it, then it just doesn't feel maybe as impactful. Well, like I said, I think it's a win. I think we should do this. And I think we already have it written down somewhere. Add rare items, yeah. Allow for rare items to drop by changing the loot system. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So I do think we're going to do this. I just don't think it's the solution to any of the problems we're talking about. I guess that's the important part. Yeah, that's the part I had not said yet. The problems we have here are specific problems that arose from gameplay. And let's say the problem we're trying to tackle is like quests have no point. And someone's like, hey, have you thought of adding like cosmetic hats? They don't have stats or anything. They just make your characters look cool. And it's like, okay, but the problem right now is the quests have no point. And you could be like, well, the cosmetic hats could be the reward for quests. And yeah, sure, maybe that could work. I do want to try to solve these problems. And I'm not saying that any suggestions are unwanted here. It's just, we still have some problems. 2 bosses that reach rank 5 with a party of 2. What's the highest rank of the first boss? You mean that anyone's beaten? I think people said they beat them about 4 or 5 times. I'm not sure. I think Matt left some spoilered messages in Discord that might have that information, at least from what Matt did. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, what? I don't understand that question. I can't go over 5. It's hard. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what max rank people have gotten to for that, though. I think it's 4 or 5. Forgive me if this is a thing, but what about supplemental currency systems like doubloons that let you buy experience buffs that only drop from bosses? It's not a thing already. And actually, I don't know if it's a problem that we only have one currency in the game. Because if everything is purchased with this currency, then it means that you can eventually get to a point where it's like, oh, hey, there's a new system, but it all costs so little money that you might as well just unlock the entire thing all at once. And that can be problematic. Like here, I've cheated. I've got like 100,000 gold. But now 50 gold, it's like, this doesn't mean anything. So of course I'm going to click this a few times. And now it's getting up to about 1,000, but even that doesn't mean anything. And I click this and now I've maxed out a skill and spent hardly any money. So that's, I think, one of the problems of only having one currency. But multiple currencies, you still sort of run into the same problem depending on how you get the currency. So I look at it as a balance problem, but it's not just a balance problem, I think. Anyway, I don't know what to do here about this whole should you get different adventurers. Again, the way the game works now is you talk to the guild master. Well, I already got all the adventurers, but if I didn't have all the adventurers, they would offer me a choice of 2, and I can't get another choice until I've beaten the next boss. If we were to give you more of a choice, then that means we need to make sure that you could beat the boss with the adventurers that we offered you. So here's what I think is maybe a larger issue here, is that people judge the game on what's there, and it's not clear what's going to be there. And this is totally fair. Again, not a problem from a player perspective, but what's there right now is 2 bosses and 7 adventurers, and I'm just gonna make up a number, like 8 locations. And if all of this is considered the tutorial of the game, people might actually be fine with that. Maybe after you beat those 2 bosses, the game really unlocks and just opens up, and now it's like, oh, you can see every part of the town you could eventually build, and you can hire all the adventurers you can eventually hire, and you got to make the best choices. And then people might not have as much of a problem. But when this is all that was there and it kind of kept you on rails, it might feel like, oh, this is pretty restrictive. I don't like this. Turns your currency X into currency Y for a Z% fee. Yeah, we'd have the same problem, I think, hence your kappa. Yeah, so I don't, without addressing that, we can't offer you different adventurers. We can't balance the game and make for interesting bosses if any party could beat the bosses. Or in order to do that, we need... Okay, a thought just struck me here. The old enchanter was drag 1 item and get a buff from that item that doesn't stack. What if it did stack? What if quests were permanent stat boosts and every item had one? Okay, this is really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this is really interesting. So there's like a, bring me 25 potions, and when you do that, it's like plus 1% regeneration rate, or well, not 1%, maybe like 20% regeneration rate after battle. And bring me 25 swords. It doesn't have to be 25 every time, but this would be like plus 4 power forever for all adventurers. I think that could be cool. Is there anything you can show to indicate progression? Remember asking why I couldn't build other buildings at the start? Someone in chat hinted that I need to continue playing and try unlocking the portal. I think there are 2 pieces to your question. One is, how do you indicate how far along you are and how far you could be? And 2 is, how do you know what's currently possible? This is a problem that we're going to solve via the UI. The UI does not make it easy to know what actions are available. So here, for example, we did a good job with some of it. With adventurers, this is green because it means you have skill points you haven't spent. With player skills, it's green for the same reason. So if I spend these, it goes white. If I unspend them, it goes green again. So you can see that changing up there. And then we have this to indicate, hey, there's a quest available, and it zooms the camera to exactly where it needs to be to indicate that there's a quest. And if I click this again, it zooms into that thing. So if we just did this with everything, if we were like, hey, you have a building you can build, hey, you have a quest here, hey, you have whatever, unspent mana or something, then this could be a pretty good way of just at a glance telling what are the things you can do. As far as this one, how do you indicate how far along you are and how far you could be? Like, oh, at this point in the game, I can unlock, I guess I can unlock everything. We could have a way of showing you that. But I think the way that'd be easiest is just to indicate like, hey, there are 2 buildings you haven't built. And when you click the button, it would zoom in on the buildings you haven't built. In fact, actually, that's how Quest Available works. If you click it multiple times, it'll go to different quest givers. So imagine that you had the same thing for buildings you could build, and it just kept panning between the 3 or 4 buildings you could build. What about portals? Yeah, so same thing. Like I was saying, whatever actions you have that you can do here, we would need to show. So if upgrading the portal is an action you could do, then we would need to show it up here, and or put an exclamation mark on the portal or something. So we definitely need to make that clearer. Yep. Maybe a good moment to quickly look at that PR. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look. Battle map demo. Yeah, so this is what Kevin mocked up here, which is what if we had a way of showing you loot and where you can fight, and this is the way of choosing your party as well, right, in this UI. So I think this is a good way of doing things if we keep the location system pretty similar to how we have it now. And it would let us use the overworld map pack, although I don't think that has enough graphics for us to properly use it. But yeah, and I think this would make it a little clearer kind of what's going on with your party members and stuff too. Okay, so yeah, this idea that I just came up with here, I think this is pretty cool. And I wonder, what if you could just keep, what if this went on forever? Like you could opt for a quest to get like 50 potions next time, but it would still be roughly the same level of reward. That way, people who are stuck could increase their power level. That is very interesting. Yeah, I love this idea. I absolutely love this idea. I think we need to do this. Maybe a notice board at the tavern for available quests to accept. Yeah, the way I was thinking about this would be as soon as you've seen an item, you can start doing the quests with that item. And yeah, you'd have some way of picking them. And I haven't figured out the UI for that. But yeah, something like a notice board. Looking forward for the next game. I'm glad, Gross. You mean the next checkpoint, by the way? Because yeah, I think that's what we're trying to plan right now. Next game will eventually probably happen too. Yeah, I really like this. I don't even know where this fits in. It doesn't actually even solve this problem really. But oh, this gives items a particular function. Oh, which does what for us? Maybe makes shops feel better? I don't know. We still need money to matter. Also, this could be... I know people suggested quests with rare items. This system could allow you to have quests with rare items. I think you just need to be careful about... can you affect the rare item drop rate somehow? Like, what if you get stuck? Need to be small boosts? Would balance take this into account, or would you have an enchantless baseline? I think balance would take some amount of this into account. As an example, let's say we had 100 enchants, and they were all like, you know, +4 power, +10 power, plus whatever, 3% haste or something like that. We'd probably like just say, assume you have 40 at any given time. Or not at any given time. Assume you have like 5 for the second boss, 15 for the third, etc. We don't know which 15. We don't necessarily care which 15, something like that. Can that be one of the enchantments, like Magic Find? You pump items into it to boost drop rates of rares. It could be, but I think it would need to be for a specific kind of item. But maybe, you know, another way of doing this is you just have a mercy timer in the game. So you say like there's a 2% drop rate, but if you go 50 drops without seeing it, we guarantee the drop. So it is a minimally 2% drop rate. Or, well, I probably phrased that poorly, but anyway, you get what I mean. Like we give you the item after some amount of not being able to get it. Or we just don't let rare items work with this, or we make it so that rare items, you only ever need like 2 of them. So this system needs to be designed, but I'll write this down. Giving items a function. and affecting battle progression. Yeah, so that's this. So questions, how do you manage all of this? Like the way I'm picturing it is, as soon as you've seen an item, it's able to be like quested, let's say, quested for. And yeah, based on the drop rates that we know, this is just such a good idea for so many reasons. In fact, I kind of want to write down the reasons, rationale, or like pros of this system. Gives you a reason to want any particular item, gives you a way of getting unstuck if you can't beat a particular location, gives you a reason to go back to old battles or old locations to fight. Can you have multiple quests at once? I think you'd probably have to allow for multiple quests. Like, the way I'm kind of picturing this is there would be some number of item bins representing how many concurrent quests you can have. You would click a bin and choose an item that you want dropped off there. Anytime you could turn this off if you decide you want to sell the items instead. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. So yeah, we'd have to think about this some more. Will the workers have to pick up and deliver them or manually or automatically get banked to the quest area? I think it'll be both, like what we have right now. So for example, let's say we accept this quest, 3 green potions. If we get any green potions, we found one, we can manually drag it over to here. If a worker picks that up, so if I just speed up the game a little bit and add 1 million workers, you'll eventually see a worker go pick up that green potion. Oh, I don't have shops. No, I do have shops. Where are the workers? Why is this button not doing anything? Oh, because I have cloning? I think that's why. Okay, now we had a bunch of workers. Yeah. All right, so one just picked it up and they're going to drop it off here. So that's how I think this would work, because these numbers would be larger than 3. You would have something like bring me 25 blue potions or bring me 75 blue potions because of how many we would expect you to get at a certain part of the game. So for you to drag 75 items would be really, really tedious. But when you're auto battling in the forest, so let's say I just send in the rogue here and let's leave this an auto battle. So they won one fight, they got 3 potions. They win another fight, they got 1 potion. So like pretty quickly you'd be able to work your way up to 25, 30, 50, 100 potions. Yeah, this does make me wonder if we're gonna have. Wait, does the vault even have a reason to exist? No. I think we had to delete the vault. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Well, let's I guess kind of keep figuring that out. The vault. With all of these other changes, the vault may not have a reason to exist anymore. It was supposed to be for you to take items that your workers couldn't touch. That may not matter. All right, other questions we have on the whole giving items a function thing. Questions, how do you manage all of this? Do rare items have quests as well? Maybe 1, 2.2 times 10 to the 5th. I guess that is another consideration. Does this feel overwhelming or complex at all? With every item potentially offering a reward, the rewards would have to be small-ish. be some way to see all of the items you could bring, how many you've already brought, and what the rewards would be, what the reward would be. You would also want to be able to see all rewards, all buffs that you're getting as a result of this. Maybe we make this even simpler. Yeah. Maybe we simplify this and have it be the following. Like, all weapons give plus power. All armors give plus life. And maybe potions don't have quests. Something like that. That way the roll-ups for all of this would just boil down to 2 stats. Yeah. Something along those lines. Be a quest board. Bunch of items. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. Yeah. Okay. Something like this. I think we'll need to think about this a little bit more. But I'll come back to that because I think this is clear enough. Potions can be life and armor fortitude. Still like more having specific item requests, so you have to go to a particular location to get it. It could be specific ones. Do we let this work with literally every item? Or do we choose what the quests are and just have a quest board where you can accept new ones? Can you reroll quests in case you just want power? I wasn't even thinking that you reroll. I was thinking they're literally just here's what I originally thought is there's just like a quest board and it's like every item you've ever found. Suppose you found a sword, a dagger, and a cloak so far. And it would say something like 0/25 swords, plus 3 power. 0/17 daggers, plus 2 power, and 0/12 cloaks, plus 1 fortitude. Something along these lines. And you just be like, you know what? I want this one. Click the check mark. Now you are accumulating these items toward the quest. So now when your workers find a sword, they bring it here, and this goes up to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And then once you win it, it turns off the quest and it goes to 0 out of 50 and says it's going to be another plus 3 power or something like that. More than an achievement gallery that gives you permanent stats. Yeah, pretty much. But the achievement gallery part sort of implies that you're just accumulating these swords anyway. The quest board is actually that you are not selling the swords. So it's 25 swords you need to bring, and maybe they were worth whatever, 13 gold each. So it'd be 325 gold you didn't get. Whereas with an achievement, you would have still gotten the money, and also you'd get a stat. But you are picking to essentially like pay money for these things. You do both, right? Quest where it's any potion, 25 any potion, or quest with specific potions, and the player can choose. I think I'd only want them to be specific potions. The reason being that if we allow for any kind of a potion, you'll just go to the first area and like get through 100 potions at a time. So I think it would always be specific ones. You can also have non-enchanter quests with special items outside the 3 main categories. Give other stuff, unlocking new town hall perks. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so this is what I'm leaning toward, at least for this stuff. But I think this system is going to be kind of clear enough to design where we should go look at the other ones first. Player choice. You can only pick between 2 adventures. So that was one of the problems I just said here. We can't just allow you to have any adventure in the game at any given time because you might lock yourself out of being able to unlock other ones. So for example, I have 7 here. Maybe the cost of the next one would now be 1,000 gold, and I can't afford that. So if these 7 don't do what I need them to do, getting the 8th might be prohibitively expensive, such that you essentially soft lock yourself, which is what led to, well, what if you could make it so that these 7 could work for you somehow? And that's where I came up with that system where you're getting stats, but that actually doesn't necessarily solve that problem. So I still think my conclusion from all of this is still, we just can't offer you every adventure. We've got to curate the choice, and we do that right now. and it doesn't maybe feel the best, your first choice has to be either the rogue or the mage. Then your next choice has to be either the archer or the witch doctor. And then the next choice, by the way, I say rogue or mage. You get them both. But at this point in the game, you can only have these two and no other ones. Then you beat the first boss, and now you can have any of these four. And you beat the next boss, and you have any of these seven. So you're slowly unlocking the entire roster of characters. And if there are 7 bosses, maybe we end up with you unlocking them all after beating 4 bosses. So you can play roughly half the game with all of them unlocked. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay. I'm not going to revisit that yet. So this, I think we have to just say is going to be this way anyway. So conclusions. I just don't see how we can offer any adventure at any time. We wouldn't have confidence. Excuse me. You can beat any particular boss. Oh, unless we had like a swapping system. I didn't think about that. What if you had the rogue, mage, and warrior, and you're like, this isn't doing it for me. So you fired the warrior. Just launch them out of a cannon. They're gone. You get the cleric. You win the battle. You get the warrior back. They're covered in soot marks and whatever else. I don't like that idea of like sending adventurers away, because I think it's one more thing to manage and be like, am I losing them for good? Why am I doing this? Why is this option even available to me? So I think I'm just going to leave it at that. Yeah, I will write that down. We could have a system where you could fire an adventurer and get a different one. I think this would be complexity for no major reason. And I guess as a result, we should just make sure that you can unlock all of the adventurers before the halfway point of the game. Or like most of the adventurers. Yeah. And don't come back. Take your bow and leave. Lots of choices are muddied from the automation systems. Regular battles feel too easy. I don't see this as a problem. I think if players are complaining about it, it's potentially a problem. But in theory, I don't see this as a problem because I think there are 2 main focuses of the game. There is the town progression, which is like, I want to buy something, but I can't afford it. So then how do I get the money? And more importantly, how do I get to the point where I can easily afford these things? So it's like, how do I improve my money-making machine? And the way you do that is with battle progression as well. And at some points, you're going to be like, my battles are just on autopilot. I'm going to focus on the town. And at some point, your town is sort of on autopilot. I'm going to focus on the battles or something. And I think the problem is that the focusing on battles doesn't really exist except for boss fights. And it's probably not that hard right now. I could see a system like this where you could upgrade old locations. Kevin and I were talking about this briefly, and even Darkstorm had mentioned something like this a while ago, where you start, you're in the forest, it's level 1, but eventually you get to a point where you're like, I want the forest to be level 5. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna just say this stuff, but I think this is too complex. But there could be some difficulty slider, and you can see loot. So maybe it's like blue potion, like glowing blue potion, and like dragon potion or something like that. And as you have this difficulty slider, so there'd be like different, this would be easy, this would be medium, and this would be hard. As you slide this difficulty thing, you see some of these things get enabled. So now you can acquire these 2 potions when you pick medium. And then when you pick hard, it also allows you to unlock the dragon potion from the battle. So you can tell at any given point sort of what you'd be getting out of that fight. Having a difficulty battle choosable by player, harder battle, bigger reward. Yeah, something like that. I think this is complex. But if we don't do something like this, what if, okay, what if there were only two difficulties? The base and then the like dynamic. The dynamic one would scale to your party's size and level. So you could go in with any number of adventurers. It's kind of weird, I think. Hey, Goose. This would be a balancing nightmare, but from a fun perspective, it'd probably be more fun. Wait, but wouldn't there be a problem here? What would be the difference between any dynamic dungeons, though? Difference between location A and B if they're just regular battles. They're scaling your level. Well, loot type, yeah. Sorry, I should have made this clearer. What's the difference between enemies at location A and B if they're just regular battles? If they're scaling your level. But I guess there doesn't have to be one. It really is just, yeah, it's loot type. I guess nothing but the loot differs. I mean, unless we're making boss battles or something. Like I said, the philosophy of the game was that regular battles are easy enough to win. So then why wouldn't you level up this area? I guess you got all the blue potions you want and now you need dragon potions or something. But at that point, is it even worthwhile for you to be getting blue potions? Probably not. In which case, I think just adding another location at some point is probably a good idea. Come back to non-elite enemies with resistances, maybe. The reason I'm hesitant to add resistances is that now all of a sudden you need to know a whole lot more about every ability in the game. Like with the mage, it's pretty obvious. Okay, fireball and lightning, but now we need to like arbitrarily add some a bit elements to attacks. So the archer normally is just shooting arrows, but we need to say one of them is a fire arrow and one of them is an ice arrow. And the warrior is normally doing damage. We need to be like, oh, it's a fiery counter attack or something like that. Or else almost every character is going to be physical except for like the mage. Level up these locations to get more of the item, not different items to fulfill quests faster. Okay, that I could see. Yeah. Leveling up shouldn't just grant higher tier loot. It would grant more loot. There are other ways we could do this. We could have originally there was an idea of battles would cost money or instances would run out of loot at some point. So there was a reason to like cycle through different ones. I just I don't like the idea of battles costing money. Yeah. And I think the instances running out of loot, what this would effectively make you do is like round robin through all the instances, which probably also wouldn't be all that fun. So yeah, I guess the picking a level, like it's like a difficulty multiplier slash loot multiplier. I guess the thing that I'm worried about though is how do we balance it? You just continually level up a location and select at which level you want to fight. Actually, that's true. Yeah, we leave the balance to the player. There's a more granular slider. and you have a higher chance of getting items as you slide it to the right. Because, yeah, balance was my biggest reason for not wanting to do this. But if you are the one controlling that balance, and it's like, how many levels do you want to add to the enemies? Turn would just be to have like novice, intermediate, master. So there's only 3 levels of balance. But then you're assuming that you would actually have balanced all of those levels. And I think, okay, I didn't fully clarify why I think balance would be tough. The reason why I think it'd be tough is because the forest is level 1 and requires 1 adventurer, and you're guaranteed to win. So now, how do we make a like hard forest? Is it level 2? You're still going to crush it when you're level 2 or higher. And then are you not even a slider but a stepper and work the same for elites? Wait, is a slider different from a stepper? I guess what I was thinking is a slider is a stepper, but with more steps. I don't know. I mean, is it a problem? I guess we also need to consider how many items can you even get before your shops are just filled. Maybe that's up to the player. Sliders bound, stepper you click plus to select. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you truly do get to pay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to allow it to be infinite because presumably there's some level beyond which there's just no chance of you winning. Unless we're also letting you infinitely scale. Although I was thinking that the quests would just get to be prohibitive in how much they take. Like if first you need 25 potions to get +4 attack, then we make the number go up to whatever 75 potions and you still only get +4 attack, and then like 150 potions and you still get +4 attack. So you could technically infinitely scale, but it's the kind of thing where like this number is going to go up so much that eventually you're going to need like 9,000 potions and you're not going to leave the game sitting around for that long. And if you do, cool, you got +4 more attack, which at that point you would have already had like +40 from this thing or something. Clear master level forest could be the theme of a quest too, yeah. As long as quest and location are on par. When you say on par, you mean like the quest that you need can be fulfilled by the location that you have? Because I was thinking that at some point you would not be expected to complete these anymore. Maybe that would lead to player confusion if you weren't. But there'd be something where it's like, bring me 5,000 potions, and you just be like, that's absurd. I'm not going to do that. And if you did manage to do it, then afterward it would say like, bring me 12,500 potions. And then you'd be like, no, I'm definitely not doing that now. Yeah. I think when you say you're worried about balancing, you're saying you want the difficulty to always be relevant, but it's fine for even the hard difficulties to drop off at some point. I think it is. I think what I'm concerned about is that the boss battles are going to feel like, oh, this is trivial. Like I didn't even need to come up with a good party for this. I just went in with the party I was already using and it won because I'm overpowered. 9,000 potions would accumulate quickly, maybe. Well, there is a limit to how much we can have going on just from a performance perspective. Like, if your town looked like this eventually, I think that's probably fine. We've got workers running all over the place. We got customers running all over the place. And I click grant items a bunch of times. It's like, we can handle this many items on screen. Eventually, we're going to get to a point where having 9,000 items go through your town in a reasonable amount of time would probably not be possible unless items could stack or something. And I don't think I want items to stack because I think I want dragging to still be pretty straightforward. So sounds like an optimization problem. You could look at it that way. How do we address the performance of the game? But I think I just don't want there to be this anthill effect Maybe people do want that. Maybe there are just like a million customers and a million workers, and you're just constantly getting items, and there are constantly battles going on and everything. And this is what your game ends up looking like. That everything's just moving super fast, and you're just seeing money go up. And that's how a lot of idle games end up working. Either option is finite versus infinite. Quests are infinite. I expect to be able to go further in locations. Same issue with people not expecting higher level leads to be unbeatable. Yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah. Then I think what we do is we cap the high level quests at some like reasonably unreasonable amount of items. Imposter syndrome. Yeah. I feel like everyone does a blog post on this, but I did a blog post on this too. Where is it? Page cannot be found because there's a slash at the end. Yeah. This was the post that I had done on this. I don't really feel it as much anymore. Okay, well, let's finish writing this down, I guess. I didn't write conclusion. No, I didn't write conclusions. Conclusions. Quest should be repeatable, but not infinitely so. Quest should require more items each time, but still grant the same benefit. See, this is what I'm thinking. Like, why would they even be repeatable then? I want to communicate to the player that this is a way of you leveling up or getting more power without you having to do it. And players could figure this out for themselves, but I don't know if they will. They might be like, oh, I wanted to do all these quests. And maybe the quests are so enticing that everyone does them anyway and then trivializes the game. But I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Maybe we get feedback on it and it's all fine. Yeah. The benefits from. You got to be very careful about giving out fortitude. Because fortitude is currently a % damage reduction. And if all of your characters have a % damage reduction, right now, I don't even remember how much fortitude is the maximum. 500, I think. I don't even know where I wrote this. Fortitude, damage mitigation. Yeah, it's just hard coded to 500. Okay, well that should be a constant. Oh, I also have outstanding code. I got to check in at some point. Not that I plan on coding anytime soon. But yeah, so when your fortitude is at 500, you have a 100% damage mitigation. So we'd have to give out like fractions of fortitude, which I guess we could do. Yeah. Okay, fine. Benefits. But then if we ever have a jewelry class of item, what is that doing for you for quests? I guess haste maybe? Yeah, lowers your cooldowns or something. That could get really imbalanced really quickly. Complete the game by completing all quests, being on the highest level, etc. Yeah. Okay, item quests give permanent buffs based on the item category. So weapons, power, armor, fractions of fortitude, like plus 0.1. Well, fortitude, multiply the max fortitude by like 10 or 50 so that we can give +1 fortitude and not plus 0.1 and not fractional amounts. Potions would be life. And jewelry, if it exists, would be haste, I guess. Cooldown reduction. Is there anything else we could even add? What else is a thing in battle? Maybe dodge? I think dodge is risky. Yeah, we have health, power, fortitude, which we've already talked about all three of those. And yeah. Could have like, I don't know, crit or something, haste or crit or dodge or I don't even know what. Something else entirely. Or maybe this is just how you get more mana for your enchanter. I don't know. Anyway, the other thing is we probably need a difficulty slider for instances. You can choose between the base level, hard, and hardest, or something like that. It would just increase the amount of loot you get. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so does this work for every item or not? I still haven't figured out a lot of this stuff. Still need to figure out a lot of other options. I'm gonna take a quick break and then I want to tackle a little bit more of this, but I'll probably need to take a lunch break pretty soon. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hey again, close the game. GG. Always important to say GG. All right. Where we leave off here, player choice stuff, right? You can pick between two adventurers. Lots of choices are muddied by these. Regular battles feel too easy. Yeah, so we kind of addressed some of this. Skill points don't feel all that impactful. There aren't very many skills or skill points. So I think giving feedback on this is important. Yeah. How do I process all feedback? I've compiled all the feedback, yeah. And I categorized it into a few buckets, and I even wrote a number of how many times I got that particular feedback. So I have looked through all that stuff. We're trying to tackle some of the game design problems that have arisen from what people have commented on. And we've come to some pretty good conclusions so far. I don't have them all rolled up somewhere, and I want to do that so that any viewers who are watching or anyone who played the game can just quickly see, okay, here's what's going to change, here's what's planned. Yeah, I don't know what we can do about this. I don't think we can make skills better. Or at least I don't think that's the solution here. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. What if we added 10 lightning bolts to this ability? I guess it doesn't. Yeah, it'd be a visual mess. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about this right now, actually. Yeah. You have no manual input during a battle. This is true, but I don't think we should necessarily add one. Because it's going to be one of those things where it's like unless you're making an interesting choice, then you're just going to click a button. And now you're going to have manual input, but it's just going to be like, oh, give me more power during this battle. Yeah. This is worth fixing, though. Yeah. Conclusions. Let's write down this stuff. I don't think it's worth changing skills just yet. As part of this document, we're planning several changes to the game, and any of those may make this feel a little different in the end. So let's wait and see is essentially what I'm saying. No manual input during battle. I think this is fine. For us to add manual input, we'd need the player to be making an interesting choice. And I just don't see that. I don't see a good way of doing that yet. And I don't want to spend my time doing that. I'm not saying we can't come up with one. I don't think it's the best use of our time right now. And then hard to get feedback. So yeah, hard to get feedback. We need to improve this somehow. Only I don't know how exactly. So let's think about that for a little bit. We could have, let's look at some options. We could have a breakdown of damage from each skill or each ability. How do we even do that? You couldn't. Yeah, you couldn't. Like this. It says when Wild Shot misses, you gain attack speed. We couldn't tell you did this much more damage because of this ability giving you the attack speed. We need to keep track of. We just couldn't do that. But what we could do is at least have breakdown of damage from each ability and let the player figure out how it's changing over time. We would probably need some historical data so that it's not just tracking this when they turn it on. Keep track of how many times each procs. Yeah, it could keep track of proc rates. That's a good idea. I'll write that in here so I don't lose this if I ever. So measures the breakdown of healing done, blah, blah, blah. Damage on per ability. Could also track procs of each ability. What are you calling ability? So in this case, it was these three things, and then these would be skills. I know they're all called skills in the game. But anyway, the point is you'd need to see some breakdown of something. And yeah, I think we need to show this more prominently after a boss battle. All right, regular battles all the same enemy in terms of abilities and resistances. Makes it feel like there's no major reason to choose particular party members for regular battles. I don't know what to do about this. We could add resistances, but I think it would add too much complexity. I think just the difference between fight length, number of enemies, how hard they hit, etc., is all that we'll really have for regular battles. This is the good enough fundamental issue that underpins everything in this game. Getting all the info about abilities in battle could also be useful for the battle simulator. Yeah, could be. I think rendering it all for the player is what's going to be one of the hardest parts of that. Like, we'd have to probably have some like full screen view of here's your breakdown of everything, and yeah, it'd just be a lot. Because the actual tracking of stats is not that bad, right? We can just track a number of procs for each skill. We can track how much damage you did, how much healing. We're already doing a lot of that stuff. Showing it to the player, that sounds like an unfun task. Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. I'm doing well. Definitely doing well. Would it be possible to have less variance or randomness in skills? There's not a lot of randomness to begin with. And in some classes, there's almost no randomness. Like the rogue has no randomness other than the dodge chance that they can get up until they get to this skill, which is a chance to crit. And then that's it. That's the only randomness. Everything else is just pretty much the same. The mage has a lot more randomness, and one of their core abilities says there's a 20% chance to hasten all of their spell casting. So if you proc this a lot, your battles can go super fast. And if you proc it not at all, then your battles you might lose that you otherwise might have won. So yeah, we could reduce some of the randomness on this stuff. I kind of liked the idea. One of the things I think is fun about building a character is envisioning how all the synergies will work with each other. And I think we need to really ratchet up those synergies for some classes. But otherwise, it exists pretty well for a lot of the classes that are there. Each row is one ability. Columns are uses and effect. Last one shows damage, healing, or empty for other effects. Yeah. Yeah, but I was thinking of showing graphs over time of those things. But I guess we'd also need to show you what your skill loadout is at any time, and also what the party is at that time. And it kind of makes me think, should we just give the player a battle simulator? Oh, man. Could just give the player a battle simulator so that they can run 50 battles with a character or party. This is ridiculous. I don't want to do this. And then the other thing is we could make a target dummy instance / location. And this I think is a good idea. And I have this written down somewhere. Dummy. Where is it? Hang on, where did I write this? Let me see if I can find this really fast. I could have sworn I'd written this down somewhere. When I feedback, I don't mind focusing on battles only. It'd be possible to have a UI where all skills are listed vertically with the tooltip text below them in line. Not sure if it's just me who's not a big fan of the tooltip. I think that's a pretty big change. But it would be possible, of course. Yeah, there are a lot of games that do this style of thing where the only way to get info on a skill is to select it or to hover over it. And that way you can cram a lot of details into the UI. Well, not cram a lot of details. I guess hide those details until you actually need them. I don't know where I wrote this down, and if I can't find it, then I'm going to write it again. And I think I would have used the word dummy. Nope, I did not file this anywhere. Okay, well, let's go write it down, I guess. Why did I not? Oh, I can picture having written it. I just don't know where. Let me search my drive for target dummy. Battle progression. Oh, I wrote it in here? What? Why is it showing up? I searched with quotes. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm definitely confused. Why when I search with quotes? I guess the word target shows up. Okay, I don't know. Well, whatever. Let's write it down somewhere. Let's put it in the design doc, I guess. Could have a location that only has target. I've definitely written this down somewhere. I know I have. I don't know where it is though. Yeah, there it is. 6 days ago. That building idea, training ground is a way to test DPS. You get a slider for how many enemies, how much they do. Yeah, I'm just gonna put keyword target dummy / dummies. Yeah, I think that'll help. So conclusions. Hard to get feedback. We should add a training ground building that lets you see this information. Maybe battles through the training ground show you historical stats automatically when you're done. Okay, got it. All right, what else is listed here? Progression funnels you into particular choices that may seem obvious. Progression funnels you into particular choices. I don't know if this is a beginning of game problem. I think I want to keep an eye on this too. For lots of this stuff, I just want to keep an eye on it. If players are having fun, then it almost doesn't really matter if there's not a ton of choice. Yeah. Run 100 battles at the same time to give you an overview. It could be that it's like a full screen thing that happens. And yeah, it runs like 4 of the battles at once or something like that. I don't know, and I want to be careful about this. Could be that this runs multiple battles at once and otherwise pauses the game. Then you see the results from all of the battles. Honestly, the training ground itself is not a hard feature to do. The stats and everything, I think, would be a little bit tougher, and like pausing the battles would be tougher, and the UI for this. But let's not worry about that stuff just yet. Let's just figure out what we even want to do with the game. And is that everything? No, there's one more thing. Locations are limited by the number of adventurers you can send. This is something that Oakley has talked about. What if we allowed for any number of adventurers in any non-boss location? So players would probably send in the maximum amount whenever possible, so that battles are faster and less damage is taken by the player, by the adventurers. This would result in getting loot faster, but you would have fewer adventurers in town to manage it. Issue strikers. They have a lot of issues. Yeah, I think so. But I think they're issues that help us steer toward a better game in a lot of ways. And that's what we're trying to prioritize. Any other issues with this? I don't know. I mean, we could just make it so that you can throw in however many characters you want in any place. Do I need to go for a certain build to beat X Elite, or am I just missing something? Yeah, you typically do. Okay, so let's close all these editors. And then let's go into all instance data. And for the Inferno, let's say max number of adventures is 7. Got all the work on my personal project done, or tonight when I get home. Broke my Docker server and accidentally deleted my image files. At least you're the source. I don't think deleting image files is such a big deal if you can build it again the exact same way. Tried like 8 combinations already. Can you tell me what boss and what combinations you've tried? Or like what you thought would be the best combination? I know it didn't end up being the best. Okay, so we're going to send in all adventurers here and just see what this looks like. All right. I didn't level up any of them, or I didn't put skill points in any of them. So would this be a problem? I don't know. Not really, I guess, right? Like, so what if this trivializes the instance? No, not really. So what? I think that's the problem, right? Right now, there's some amount of sort of difficulty to these things, and if you can just keep decreasing it by throwing in more adventurers, then you could just leave this on auto battle, I guess. Crypt, basically every character combination I've changed around the skills a bunch of times. Okay, so I will give you a hint. I made the crypt so that it was not good for the witch doctor. Beyond that, that's it. That's all you get. Okay, so we managed to lose despite having way more party members than we should have. But that's because we didn't have any skills. If we put in just 2 skill points for everybody, we are like guaranteed to win. There. Now repeat that battle. My DPS was 165. Now we're going to speed this up. DPS should be way higher than 165. Yeah, they're not dying at all. DPS is now 286. Yeah. So skill points definitely have a difference, or they make a difference, but it's just not super obvious unless you're very closely paying attention to the damage. Maybe only hard locations allow more adventurers. Well, that's what I'm wondering. What is the problem with not allowing all adventurers to go everywhere except for boss battles? It does mean you'd almost always be able to beat every place unless we started balancing for having 7 adventurers. Yeah, it would also result in being able to beat pretty much any location before you're supposed to be able to beat it. So we're taking a break for Skelle Seller. Well, the point was never really to take a break from it other than to work on Animal Royale, but I was going to work on music and then decided against it. So I instead am working on this, but I don't plan on coding for Skelle Seller. That's the important part. So this is the big question. This is a bad thing. Or are either of these bad things? Are those things bad? Yeah. And I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's going to kind of feel a bit cheap. Like, let's say we just said max number of adventures everywhere was 7. I don't know if I actually didn't try Crypt without Witch Doctor even once, but now I unlocked a ton of stuff. Okay. Yeah, that was the whole point of that instance was the dragon uses fireballs on everyone. And the Witch Doctor then means that their zombies are basically doing nothing. I tried pushing both elites pretty hard. Crows was asking earlier what rank people got the elites to. Okay, so yeah, you start out the game and you got one adventurer and you go into a battle, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now we augment the portal and we hire another adventurer. Now we're both level 1 higher. We're both level 1 here, but now we can send in both adventurers into the second battle. So by doing this, we should win, but it's because we've really trivialized the fight. Even if all we did is had the rogue there to just do nothing, it would have doubled the life bar of the mage, which is enough to let them win. So that's why this is sort of like stupidly powerful. It does make it so that you need to figure out, is it better to do this? Is it better to run 2 separate ones? And I guess you'd have stats to show that, right? This took 12 seconds. If we were to level them both up, so let's level them both up because otherwise I can't beat the instance. Okay, so now we're going to repeat that battle. This takes 10 seconds. We're going to do it one more time. 8 seconds. So an average of 9 seconds. Whereas if we put them into their own battles, then it's an average of 8.5. So it's actually slightly better to run 2 parallel battles. But this breaks down once you work with larger numbers because you can only have 3 battles running at a time. So if we grant another adventurer, and let's say we put a point into this down here, and now we run a battle with the witch doctor. Witch doctor's taking a lot longer. Excuse me, also they're dying. Oh, they won, but it took 29 seconds. But now if we throw all 3 of those into a battle. So what's the average of that? 34, 29, 64, 21 seconds. Yeah, 21 seconds. And they won in 8, and you would just turn on auto battle and just like stomp this instance the whole time. I just leveled them up. So this is not a good gauge anymore. Yeah, this is what I think you would do. You just crush the battles so fast that there's almost no reason, and you just be generating so much loot. Like you can see the warehouse filling up. Got to 6 or 7 on the troll and 5 or 6 on the dragon. Wow. I see dodges and stealths. Yeah. Well, all right. Boss battles are kind of working then as intended. I think this is a bad idea. Yeah. Is this your natural light on your face or is it a lamp? No, none of the lights are natural. The only natural light would be coming from that direction, which I don't have the curtain open. So I can turn them all off and you can see I have a ring light essentially on that side of my face. I have a lamp right there. Then I have 2 like very large lights. So this is what it would look like without any of them on. And the only thing lighting my face now is my monitors. And this is just with the ring light. This is with the lamp. This is with the studio lights. True caveman, true dev. Yeah. I think so. I think this just throws off the balance and makes the game feel a bit cheap. Why have I never thought about the lighting not being natural? I mean, it's the same every single time. You never wondered about that? Where I live, it's cloudy half the time. Also, if I were to open the curtain, I don't think you'd notice much of a difference. There, now the curtain is open. So this side of me should be lit a little bit more. But it's a typical cloudy Seattle day. I don't see any blue sky. Should have said this on the feedback. Dragon highlighted a pretty glaring issue, which is that the healing support classes feel useless on bosses. Couldn't heal and negate an ability fast enough, so they felt pretty useless. Yeah, I think they need to be rebalanced. Yeah. So, Thals, I want to ask you about this because you played a lot. How would you feel if all of the instances had a max party size of 7, except for the bosses? Ignore the bosses. How'd you feel if all the regular instances had a max party size of 7? No balance changes. All we do is just let you throw in more adventurers if you want. Cancel this. We're going to send up. Oh, crashed. Got to fix that too. Yeah. Because I thought this idea was very interesting, and I just not sure it does the right things. Anyway, while Thals is typing, I'm going to look at the last little bit here. Which is location choice should be a choice. Maybe it's automatic. I'm not gonna look at this. The vault, I do think the vault needs to be deleted, which is sad. But I don't think we have any reason for it to exist. Unless items have another function. We haven't really talked about that. Maybe we do this one first. Shops don't feel unique. Okay, so what we talked about in another section is having quests for practically every item. That means that each item has 2 functions: selling for money or using for a quest to permanently increase power. This usage can eventually be removed if you've completed all the quests. But that's it. It's just those 2 uses. Okay, so short of adding an equipment system, I don't see a way for each item to matter in the game. I just don't think it's possible, or not easy, or not fun. I say there are some items I'm not battling for customer desires. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could just have like a random smattering of items that you save for customer desires, but that would be the only use for it. It could still help for customer desires. I don't think it really matters. I didn't use the max on any non-boss when I was farming gold for upgrades anyway. I just ran 2 groups of 3 in the waterways and then 1 farming the dungeon solo. Someone always wanted the green potion. So think about a new player playing the game though. We've got the max number of adventurers set to 7. So now the way this would work is, I'm going to fake unlock all the adventurers. Okay, so we go into a battle and we're like, oh, the forest, and we're level 1, and we're like, well, we got 4 adventurers. Let's send them all in. And they absolutely stomp this. And this is like the newest location. So you're getting the most valuable loot from there. Then you sell off whatever items or whatever. You go to the next location. You're like, oh, the dungeon. Okay, let's send in 4 adventurers again. And they beat this, no problem. I feel like it would trivialize the regular battles, but maybe it's okay because they're already sort of trivial. So just let you throw in however many you want. And then I think what this would change to is party size. It would say recommended party size, but you could actually throw in however many you want, except for on bosses. Current system, it kind of teaches you to think about how to beat the current content. And if you clear the jungle, you can farm it. If you're able to unlock everything by just throwing your 5 strongest units, it can make the transition to the required farming a bit jarring. I think the pro in my mind is that it makes you think about how to optimize because you have one more lever you can move. So now when you can send in everyone to any location, you might be like, oh man, well, the forest is giving me the best item, so let's just send everybody right there. Let me speed this up a little bit. And yeah, we're gonna fight here. I think if we did this, we need there to be more reason to go to other locations. And that way you don't just kind of max out everybody here. Not sure. Throws off the balance, makes the game feel a bit cheap. We would probably need another reason to go to other locations. This would guarantee that you could beat practically any non-boss location. But that was already supposed to be the case. In fact, maybe we don't even have a required or a suggested party size or anything. Just for bosses, there's some special thing that says you can only send in so many adventurers on bosses. And maybe we always make it be the same amount. Although I'm not sure I like that. I like the idea of there being a boss that's like a solo boss. And you have to figure out which class is best. Although, what would we make it for, I wonder? We could give the boss whatever rules we want, so we could make the cleric be the best. That the boss just does damage and you need to sustain yourself through the whole fight. It's akin to Factorio. You can brute force the solution with spaghetti, but it's not optimal. Figuring out how to beat it fast but with less is fun to some. I kind of want to try it out and just see what people think. Yeah, I kind of want to try and just see what people think. The reason I think we need to limit it to 7 is because there still need to be spaces for your summons, and because I don't think there's a reason to ever send 9 people into a fight, and because this UI gets maxed out at 7 apparently. Or maybe 6 or something like that. I'm not sure. Whatever. But we do something along those lines. Okay. We should test allowing more adventurers in each location. Regular locations would allow up to like 6 adventurers, maybe. And boss locations would still have restrictions. We could change the UI to just have a specific error when you have too many party members in a location, which is already there. But it could clarify that elite battles have different restrictions. Talked before about making a difficulty selector for the game as a whole. Could this be a game setting? If you're feeling like doing a hard mode, you enable party size restrictions. I don't think this should be a setting. And part of the reason for that is if we do make a hard mode, we need to make sure it's possible. And I just think that'd be a lot of balance and testing for a thing that now, whenever you start the game with any sort of Boolean, like do you want easy versus hard, you're automatically cutting your player base for either of those into a less than 100%. So maybe 80% choose easy and 20% choose hard. So now you're trying to balance the game for like a minority of the players. It just adds complexity for us, I think. And if we have a compelling enough reason to do this, I think it'd be worthwhile. I'd like to just have the game allow it to make itself easier. And I was thinking that quest board could be the way it happens. By the way, Thel's talking about new ideas. Here's a crazy idea. What if every item could be part of a quest that gave you a permanent buff? So there was something like this. Bring me 25 swords, you get +4 power forever for all adventurers. And then after completing it, it could say like, bring me 50 swords and you get another +4 power. And then the final quest could be like, bring me 150 swords and you get +4 power. And this could be the way that we theme getting, we theme the game becoming easier. Like we could even outright tell players, like we expect you to do one of these quests, If you're doing 2 or 3, it's because you want the game to be easier. I don't know how we phrase that, but if we made that clear, then players could be like, okay, yeah, I'm expected to have one of these. You know what? I'll do 2. I want it to be a little bit easier for myself. But then you wouldn't ever do this last one because you'd be like, it's not worth the hassle. It sounds like it'd defeat the whole selling to customers if you're farming items and they go into the shopkeeper's void. Maybe bring to sell. This wouldn't be in the shopkeeper. This would be in some like I don't know what you'd say for a quest. Maybe the guild master or something. Maybe rewards, kind of like a 3-star system for adventure limits. 1 star for completing the area, 2 star for max, 3 star for lower max, possibly solo. Hey, dead robot. Yeah, I think something like that could work. I think we just need to make it clear. But I think what I'm going to start with is just there is no restriction on adventurers, really. You can throw in 6 if you want to. And that's probably what you do. And then as you level up, you start subtracting some so that you can put them in other instances. I think that could be pretty cool. And I just want to see what that does for the game. So I kind of want to try it out. Might as well take a leap. So have we sorted that out? Yeah, I think we did. Another thing I didn't list. Sorry, I want to get that markdown doc as early as I could. Coded the ability for NPCs to hold items. Make the NPCs hold the item they just purchased. Wait, what? I don't think I understand what you're saying. So if an NPC buys a potion, you mean like they like hold it above their head for a little bit? Let them carry that potion out of the town? How do we render that though? Because like, oh, you're saying they buy one item and then they leave? Or are they just stacking like 6 items on their head? It would be kind of funny. There was a part of, what was it, Super Mario Odyssey Goomba stack. You could stack Goombas on top of each other. And, wow, look at that. What's the largest possible Goomba stack? I was hoping for just a screenshot, but they only have screenshots of like 3 or 4. Oh, this is one. Yeah. So anyway, you could just keep stacking Goombas. I wonder if customers just kept holding more and more items on top of their head. Items feel so alive, pop out of the portal, get carried to the shop, they vanish as soon as someone appears near it. It's interesting, but it has some complications for visibility. Like we wouldn't be able to let the item stack infinitely. And I think it might be confusing if you saw customers walk around with a potion. I'm not sure. Star for completing, 1 star for completing under X seconds. Yeah, this would be more for affecting like how you're farming in the game, I think, because bosses are still going to require a maximum party size. You get a bag and items are small in that bag. Honestly, the stacking sounds pretty funny. You increase customer count, but limit each customer to 1 item. I think if customers had to like walk all the way over to here, buy 1 item, and then leave, it would change quite a lot about the game. And yeah, I do wonder what would the stack of items look like. Maybe customers are allowed to hold 4 items or something. Then we still need to make that change. I want to ponder it a little bit more. I think the other thing that'll be confusing is, and you can kind of see this here, when characters are holding certain items, it's hard to tell whether they're yours or an. Why are they moving so fast? Okay, well, they're just moving fast. Let me take a picture of this. Okay, so this is my warrior holding a helm, but it doesn't really matter who they are. It'd be almost indistinguishable because of how big the helm graphic is. Makes it look like they have a head crab. All right. This is besides the point. Pick the item face upward and the item disappears there and look like they pocketed it. I think some buying animation I'd be more open to. I think them holding it around forever, I think it's gonna be harder to accommodate. So yeah, what if, do we have any blue potions? No. All right, well, whatever. Anyway, yeah, what if when a customer buys an item, they hold it above their head and then it like fades into them and it disappears? Anyway, I'll just write it down as an idea, but I don't know. Customer ideas. Dells wants customers to hold items above their head after buying it. Then they leave town while still holding the item above their heads. Their head. Maybe we could just have a buying animation that makes the customer hold the item for a brief moment and then it disappears. Maybe we could stack items on a customer's head to indicate how many things they've bought. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, where are the last things that we had here? Yeah, so shops don't feel unique. So this is what I said. Short of adding an equipment system, I don't see a way for each item to matter. So one of the ideas I wanted to pursue is, what if every shop could sell every kind of item? What would that do? Maybe some shops sell certain items for more. E.g., there are still potion / armor / weapon shops, but the potion shops sell potions for plus 50% value. So what would this do? Or just what if there weren't even more valuable things at all? Or what if you're customizing the displays yourself? Like you put an armor display in shop A and a potion display in shop A. Now it sells both of them. Actually, you know what's kind of interesting? You could sort of make a mini game out of this, although I don't think this would be fun because the game is automated. But what if you sort of just arbitrarily assigned like red, green, or blue points to items, and then shops had like color multipliers. So there was like a red shop, which is like red items sell for plus 20%, or something along those lines. But then you'd need to manage where items are going, and you're not the one really doing that. Is it lunchtime? It should be. It should have been. I want to finish thinking about some of this stuff. Bundling. What if you dragged a sword and shield onto one pedestal and it became a bundle that sold for a little more? That's possible, but I want to figure out how, like, can we make shops either feel unique or not have the uniqueness matter? The way I look at this is it's like problem. All item shops just sell an item type, sell one item type. So they don't feel very different. So I look at the options as being accept it and move on, differentiate the shops, or stop differentiating the shops and let all shops sell all items. And all of them are potentially fine. I just wonder if we were to differentiate the shops, how would we do it? And if we were to stop differentiating the shops, what would that have as an impact on the game? I think the issue with this in general is that you're not the one putting items in shops most of the time. So if there's an optimal placement, then it would have to be automated, and it just wouldn't feel very interesting as a result. But if we stop differentiating altogether, maybe you're positioning the shops relative to the portal and the town entrance. Is that even interesting? I don't think so. What else would be happening here? If all shops could hold all items, I mean, essentially this would look like a shop. You have a potion there and a cane there and an armor there. So it's holding all kinds of items. What if customers could just walk up and buy this stuff? What if you didn't have shops? What if just your warehouse was your shop? But then you wouldn't need workers. This is me addressing even basic assumptions about the game. Yeah, if you didn't have workers, I think it'd be a big problem because of the whole adventurer slash worker economy. Build warehouse. Oh, that's a bug because of I'm using a debug function to grant myself all the stuff. If I were to save and load, it would be gone, I think. Yeah. Well, also item bins, I guess, can be deleted from shops, huh? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The idea I think I liked best of all of these was the concept that this is the armor shop and it sells armors for a little bit more, but it'll sell potions for the base price. But like I said, then what's going to happen is you're going, wait a second. What if it was an upgrade? Like you get to a point in the town where it's like your shops can just sell any item. Maybe that's a good middle ground. Because what impact does it have on players? I think the thought process was like if you only have one item display in your armor shop, then you should probably not be trying to find a lot of armors. But it doesn't really work out that way in the game. Customers will just buy anything anyway. I don't know. I think we just leave things as they are. And it's just maybe we just end up adding like armor racks or something over here and potion displays and weapon racks over here and that's what makes them look a little different, but functionally they're the same. All right, you know what I want to do? I'll put this down in the scratch section and just brainstorm for a little bit more. So if all items could be sold anywhere, what impact would that have? Players would only care about how many total item displays they have and not where those displays are. Maybe upgrading shops could get them to care. The shops aren't like plus 50% potion value. It's more like plus 50% item value. But then you would want workers to prioritize that display, that particular display. I don't see a way we could have this. I don't see why we would change this. Yeah. I did like that one idea. Maybe we could allow you or like make an upgrade where all shops can sell anything. But even that, it doesn't really have a big impact. Why would I ever get the rightmost shop? It's so far away from everything. I prefer my customers to hang out with the other two. I think it would make sense with many customers. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I I still can't. It's like, why does the current system make sense? Or does it make sense? Does the current system make sense? You get more item displays for a specific shop, which lets you hold the item in the shop rather than on the ground or in your warehouse. This means that a customer could come up and buy it. Side note is playing the whole thing currently. Well, press L, you'll be sorry to know then that enchantments are almost certainly going away. Most people who played said they didn't like micromanaging them. And then I have some issues as a game designer. It was good while it lasted. Yeah. The way we're going to change it is that the enchanter is going to still exist. It'll just do something very different. Instead of you dragging an item into one of the enchantment slots and getting a buff, what you'll do is you'll have spell books. And the spells are going to be things like add 2 customers to your town for whatever, 45 seconds or something like that. Or another spell is going to be something like add 2 clones of your workers to town. And another one might be something like get plus 20% items from battles. And each of these are going to be for like 45 seconds, something like that. So you will manually activate an ability, which is going to either increase the buying throughput, increase the stocking throughput, or increase the item acquisition throughput. Are you heading out, Ojun? If so, take care. I think enchantments could be better if they just lasted like 60x longer. Yeah, and at that point, what you'd be doing is pretty much just equipping a buff. Like, why even have any duration at that point? Oh, I see. Gotcha. didn't get that, Ojun. Sorry. Yeah, at that point, you're just equipping buffs. And I think they're the same general problems, which is like, how are you making a decision between those? And if the decision isn't interesting, why are we even giving you the decision? So this, I think, can be an interesting decision. At the very least, you got to decide, when am I even using this stuff? And maybe you're like, you know what, I've got enough items, so I'll go with these 2. Or I don't have enough items, so I'll go with these. Hey, T2, is this a second? Why I can't click your name? What is going on? Thank you for the raid. I want to see if this is a secondary channel of... No, it is not. Oh, wait. Oh. It's named after the the flavor of Linux. Okay, well, welcome in. I am very ignorant. We've been working on game design. So last week on Friday, I launched another alpha of the game Skelle Seller. And people have played it now. They've given feedback. And it was generally good feedback, but there's a lot of stuff we need to change. So I started a game design doc, and now we're up to 15 pages of just thoughts and things we can do and change. And I scared the viewers away. Well, welcome in, T2. I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, so there are a lot of systems in the game that need to be a little bit different. There are some paper cuts, there's some crashes, there's just a lot of stuff we got to change. So what I wanted to do generally this week is no coding for the game, just music composition and game design, and maybe like a miscellaneous other task that we have, which would be a different game altogether. So we've started the game design. I really should be taking a lunch break pretty soon. It's 1:06, but I think in the afternoon I might come back and work on music. I might do game design stuff. I'm not totally sure yet. I'm not stopping right now. I still want to finish these thoughts that we had. But yeah, in general, it's just, how do we improve the game? How do we make it better? And what's the time frame for doing this? And at what point do I hit the panic button and send my anxiety through the roof? Oh, man. But yeah, anyway, welcome in, T2. Welcome in, T2's viewers. Any who haven't closed the tab in frustration and not seeing T2 anymore. Do we have any other issues that I haven't talked about? Yeah, the shop's not feeling unique. I think we could add in other buildings into the game or something later. But to be honest, if we're going to make these changes and it's going to take like 2 months, I think we got to start prepping for a launch and then maybe worry about other buildings later. Yeah. I think that's my only conclusion from this. All right, well, let's write it down. Conclusions. I don't see a way to, well, meaningfully differentiate items without adding equipment, which I don't want to do. I don't think there's I don't think there's a clearly best system for the shops that I want to try out. So I don't think I'm going to make a change right now. Rest of the rating, don't know your game. A quick recap of it. Yeah, sure. It's called Skelle Seller. It's a very laid back, casual game. It's not supposed to be super intense. There's not a ton of actions you need to perform. It's essentially a town management game where you send adventurers into battle. They will automatically battle for you. So here you can see 3 of my adventurers playing out a battle over here. And when they win, they'll get items, which you then sell in your town. And you can already see some characters moving items around and putting them in shops. And I'll just kind of debug, add a bunch of customers. So they'll spawn over here, and then they'll go and buy some stuff. And then you can upgrade your adventures. You can choose skill points. You can flesh out your town, build a town hall, and get people to move faster. There's a lot of different stuff. But in general, like I said, town management, it's all based on these battles. And if you want to play it, you can. I just launched a version on Friday, as I mentioned. It's a little rough around the edges. It's an alpha for sure. But yeah, been working on this for about 7 months. And there's a team of people working on it. If you want to check out that FAQ that Kevin linked in. How's your external SSD been so far? About to buy the M4 MacBook. Also looking to buy an external. It's been good. I haven't had any problems with it. It runs a little bit hot. So I just make sure you've got some airflow around it probably. But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty nice. And it's way cheaper than Apple charges. I got, what is it, 4 terabytes or something? And I know it wasn't cheap. It was $300. But if Apple were to charge you for the 4 terabytes, it would cost you like $1,500. So definitely better to just get something you can use for any computer and upgrade however you want. Yeah, prices are nuts for that. One pro of that is it is just right in the computer and you don't need to do anything. But that could also be a con depending on how you look at it. Maybe you want to move it to another computer. Yeah, so this is the only conclusion I had from this. I don't even have any ideas of what I'd want to try. Like I said, that sales system maybe. Maybe that's okay. I could kind of see this. We mentioned that there could be some manual actions that you do, like adding customers to your town. It could be that you say you have a temporary buff that says like plus 50% potion sales or something like that. Or like customers always tip for potions. This doesn't really differentiate your shops, but it at least gives you something else that can affect just a single shop. With SSD and Thunderbolt available, seems like a no-brainer to use an external one. Yeah. Yeah, and I think your internal one just needs to be big enough for all the programs that don't know how to deal with an external. And every once in a while, you run into applications that they're just like, we just store to your home location. And if your home location is on your main drive, then too bad. We're just going to fill it with gigabytes of stuff. So yeah, you need to account for enough of those kinds of apps. So I think a terabyte internally is probably pretty good for the next few years. And then just whatever amount of external storage you need. I think it's a con, but yeah, I can't spend like $800. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm in the market now for another gaming PC. And I think I found what I want, but my general conclusion was I just can't give up Windows for games. There are some games that I try to run in some emulation layer, like a Wine type of thing, but it just doesn't work correctly. So I just don't think I can stop using Windows. I don't know how that would happen. So yeah, I think I'm gonna buy another Windows machine. My specs on my Windows machine are like trash tier at this point. I'm looking at the benchmarks for things like, okay, the machine I'm looking at buying, I think is $900. And the CPU is like 4x the speed and the GPU is like 4x the speed. You hate it. Only reason you use it is most music plugins don't run on Linux. Yeah. Yeah. I switched to Mac in the first place because I wanted just a quieter, smaller computer. And I definitely think Mac is the best the best value offering now in terms of the Mac Mini, which I did not buy. But like the base form of this is, I don't know, $600, and it's like a supercomputer. And as far as noise and everything goes too, I think it's pretty good. I know mini PCs exist. I have one, and it's running Linux right now, and I think that's good too. It's just it's not a supercomputer. I think the Mac Mini is a really good hardware offering at this point, given all the stuff Apple's done on their system on a chip. All right, have we answered everything at this point, or no? The vault was the last thing. I guess we'll just keep the vault in the game, and it'll be less obvious why you even want it. It's just more storage. Yeah, we'll keep it for now. So what I need to do is I need to go through this document and collect up all of the proposals that I want to do. I think that is what I want to do later. Go through this and where's the other one? This one. And collect everything up and then put everything in GitHub. Exactly why I'm going for Mac OS. Music plugins run very well. All my essential stuff can be completed with Mac OS. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with Windows as an operating system. I think a lot of people don't like Windows. I don't dislike Windows. And if Windows had had the same like leaps in hardware that Mac had done, I feel like I would have just gotten a quiet Windows machine and I would have been fine. But the problem is because the problem is I felt like what I wanted didn't really exist, but I don't think that's true. There was one other issue, which is I'm making software for Mac, and I don't think that's legally possible with a Windows machine. I think you need to have a Hackintosh machine, which I would not stream myself doing that. So it was have a Mac somehow. I know you can just buy a cheapo secondhand Mac, but I just felt like why not just use it as my main machine. Build quality of Mac, freedom of Linux, ability to game like Windows. Yep. This is pretty much it. And it's not even like you can't game on Linux. The emulation layer is fine for a lot of games, but it's not perfect for other games. And it's like, I just tried, it's something based on wine. It's called Whiskey for Mac. And I played Ember Knights for about an hour, and it worked totally fine. And I was like, I'm going to play with my friends now. I just tested it. Everything worked, right? Could not even load into a multiplayer game. I don't know why. I didn't investigate. I didn't care. But then there are other games where it's like any anti-cheat stuff is just not going to work. So like the finals is just, you just can't play it on Mac. Just seemingly no way to do that. So, oh well. My wife's friend is looking for a husband that does not exist. The standards are too high. Are we talking about like wants a wizard with a level 7 fireball spell and can slay orcs? Good old Hackintosh times is how I learned Swift. Yeah, I think if you are okay with the, like I said, legal questionability of it, then it could totally work for you. Let me just show chat on screen if all I'm doing is talking right now. One reason for my upcoming OS change, I use Windows, and then Mac. Now I've used Windows, so I want some change. I never felt the need to switch just because I got sort of bored or too accustomed to what I was doing. And switching has a lot of costs as well. Yeah. Work with Microsoft products. All of them are trash, not because they're bad, but because Microsoft likes to remove at least 2 features for a new feature. I don't know. I was, like I said, pretty happy with Microsoft products. Like I'm using OneDrive. I was using OneNote for a while. I don't feel like they ever removed features, but they just didn't add the features I wanted. I used OneDrive, I used Windows, I used, I guess, Game Pass, if you count that. Game Pass was pretty good. What else do I use? It's a Microsoft product. I guess I technically use Excel, but I don't really have a reason to use it over Google Sheets. AM2. So you work better and be more likely to do nice things with a fresh palette. Yeah, totally fair. Yeah, anyway, I didn't really have those problems with any of this stuff. And I'm probably using other Microsoft stuff and just can't think about it. I guess if we just look at my taskbar, Google, oh, VS Code. VS Code's great. That's a Microsoft product. I think that's a fantastic product too. Obsidian, no. Yeah, okay. So nothing else in my like taskbar or whatever. But yeah, VS Code's amazing. I think it's great. I like it a lot. I also don't get that feeling that they're sort of removing features from that. And I guess if you count it as a Microsoft product, I'm using C# for the game. No, the only reason I use Windows is for games. I don't mind the OS much. Always apps that hide all the ads. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to get going. I think the question is only, what do we want for this afternoon? Let me just ask you all. Docker, GitHub. Is Docker owned by Microsoft? Wait, that would be news to me. No, I don't think so. I don't actually know though, because you never know when some company was acquired. Docker software. No, they're not owned by Microsoft. Yes, GitHub though, for sure. Yeah, GitHub is great. I would say GitHub is in the like fantastic tier of products. It does practically everything that I wanted to do. Yeah, so here are what I think the options are for this afternoon. I think it's music production, game design. Let's start with just those two. I might add in another one, but let me start with that and see what you all want. Afternoon task. Music production, game design. All right. Yeah, Animal Royale would be the third one, but I want to start with just these and see. So if I were to just pick these two. Please vote, people. I don't even know what I want to do. All right, game design. Okay, so can I end this poll? No, I can't. Can I start a new poll? No. All right, well, we're going to wait, and then I'm going to pit this against the other option. Better as a morning stream. I think it's just hard as a stream to follow along with because I'm going to be playing like the same 10 measures over and over and over and over and over again. And I don't think people are going to enjoy that. All right, we got to wait for this stupid poll to end. Surprised you can't end it early. Okay, so now poll, afternoon task, game design or Animal Royale. Now, before I start the poll, let me explain what this is. So I made a Minecraft plugin 4 years ago. Tended to speed. Wow, sorry. The way this worked is you connected via Twitch chat. So you did not need Minecraft on your machine. It was running on my machine and I was sharing my screen. You connect via Twitch chat and you become a sheep in the world. And then you aim the sheep at other sheep and shoot TNT out of your mouth. And the last sheep standing wins. So here we can, here we see the TNT get shot. So what I'd be doing is I'd be getting this to run during my lunch breaks so that people have a game to play. So that's what that means. And game design, of course, you just saw that for this morning. So what do you vote for of these two things? Is gaming stream an option? No. I don't enjoy gaming streams. I game to relax, and streaming is not very relaxing for me. Okay. So it's 100% for game design. Now it's split. So it's a replacement for your jump time. Jump time, that would be like short breaks, and Animal Royale would be for the long breaks. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with game design based on what I'm seeing. Also, it's not like I didn't make this clear, but whatever wins is not definitely the thing I was gonna go with. I want to see if it was like overwhelming support for one thing or the other, and for music, it definitely was overwhelming support against it. And for this, it seems like it's sort of split. So what would chat essentially do in Animal Royale? Pretty much the same thing as Jump Royale. They are angling themselves and potentially moving. And that's it. Those are the only two options. Yeah. So, okay. Given how today's been panning out, I think we're going to do game design. I think it's going to be a very, very chill afternoon stream. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of like deep thought put into things. It's going to be mostly organization. So if you want to just kind of co-work later and everything, that'd be great. It's 1:22. I have not eaten food. I'm going to eat lunch. Thank you all for watching. If you don't mind, by the way, if you haven't already, wishlisting the game on Steam would be great. Yeah, I know it won. Like I said, this is not supposed to be a prescriptive poll. It was just to gauge people's reactions to this stuff. So I'll be back in about maybe 30, 45 minutes. I'll try not to be gone for too long. And then I'll stream for another couple hours or something. Thanks for watching. Take care, everybody. See ya.